Hola, Otters. Welcome to the Platinum Playoffs. For our first brawl in the bracket stage, we have a best of 5 between the number 4 seed Agni Kai and the number 5 seed Goon Squad Gaming. These teams were separated by a mere 4 points at the end of the regular season, and both teams also secured a win over their respective last opponents of the round robin in week number 9. While many viewers probably expect Agni Kai to be the stronger team, and justifiably so, the Goon squad earned their spot in the top half of the standings and should not be underestimated. Your casters for this quarterfinal, myself, Crewman44, joined by the sublime Stoat to start the postseason. Stoat, what's your status?
Hey, well, it's glad to be back. Had to take a week off, and here I am, alive and kicking it. And I'm pretty
Here you
excited for
are,
this match.
indeed. It's an exciting one. It's an exciting one, absolutely. You know, most of the other leagues, of course, are already deep into their playoffs, and a couple of them actually already finishing up earlier this week. But we're just getting started over here in the Platinum League, and it is, of course, a very exciting time to be viewing the league. So here we go into our first draft of the night. Stoat is, of course, a BO5, as already mentioned. We do have Agni Kai starting things out on the red side. They were the higher seed and did have the choice.
Yes, and we see right off the bat getting an Urgot ban, and that is a respect ban for Goon Squad since Soul, he and Walk Warlock both made this champion. Like we talked about a couple weeks back, Walk Warlock is a menace on that Urgot. And also, speaking of menaces, the Volibear ban, we saw what Agni Kai did with that Volibear.
Yeah, definitely another Warlock special there, the Volibear. And, you know, it really does feel like, you know, as far as strengths for these two respective teams, it does feel like for Agni Kai, you know, the solo lanes have really done a lot of the heavy lifting, you know, over the course of the season. You're looking at the player rankings from our content guy, Trucks, as well, had both the top and mid laner for Agni Kai actually as the best in the league, according to Trucks. So definitely, you know, keeping our eyes in that direction. For the side of Goon Squad, it really feels like it's been more about the facilitators, right? Stoat in particular, jungle and support there, the Necromancer and Ghost. Feels like they have been doing a lot of work to set the team up for success in their wins for the Goon Squad.
Ruben, I absolutely agree. I mean, Necromancer is a strong jungler in his own right, plays a lot of carry jungles, very strong in the Viego and the Kayn. Also has a Lilia in his pocket if he needs to pull out a more supportive type jungler. And Ghost is definitely a tear in the bot lane. I think really they're going to have to play through bot lane because, as you specified, Agni Kai's top side is so strong. Socks to thighs, Soul Reaver, and Walk Warlock are absolutely destroying in their games.
Yeah, they have been
Especially
quite
Socks to thighs. Yeah, Socks to thighs, POG player a couple weeks back. So you can't let this man have Ari. He was so destructive on Ari, flying in and out. No one could control him. Even when he got off to a bad start, he came back and just absolutely obliterated them. And now, what do you think about this Vi and Wukong pick?
Yeah, definitely. You know, I think the B1 Vi is something that we have been seeing for a couple of weeks now. You know, the champion is just a generally safe blind. You know, not to say that she doesn't have bad matchups. She absolutely does. But what Vi offers to the team, right, is just so valuable in so many different situations that, you know, a lot of teams have felt like the B1 Vi is just the best way to go as far as the draft is concerned. The Wukong feels like a pretty good response, though. You know, definitely should win out against the Vi in the 1v1 and is going to offer, you know, a great amount of team fighting threat in his own right there for the Wukong. So we're going to see the Varus coming through here as well, and now likely the bot lane lock-ins for Goon Squad, or maybe they feel like there is a solo laner that is worth prio picking here. Ari is still up.
It's interesting. Varus is an interesting pick because if they do decide to go tanky on the side of Goon Squad, he's going to force that on-hit Varus, which is going to fall prey to Vi and Rel and Seraphine. This is a comp that's actually bullet hell for Varus right now.
Oh, yeah, the Seraphine coming through here. I have to wonder if that's going bot lane or mid lane. You know, as for the Rel, this is definitely a big comfort pick for Ghost here for the side of Goon Squad. You know, in their match last week that they played against Conduit U Mad, excuse me. Ghost played 2 games in a row on the Rel, had a combined KDA in that match last week of 9 kills, 6 deaths, and 51 assists. 51 assists, Stoat, in 2 games.
51. That's insane, actually. 51
I
assists
know.
is actually insane. And Crewman, they did it. You know what they did? They let him take Ari. They let Socks to Thighs have Ari.
It's so dangerous. It's such a dangerous choice here. You know, we'll have to see if the Seraphine is going to be the answer into the Ari, or if we still need to see a mid laner locked in for Finch. You know, I also wanted to quickly mention, also in that last week's performance against Conduit UMAD, Finch was named the standout mid laner of the week by Trucks for week number 9. So, you know, we've already
Okay.
discussed how Sox is such a huge threat here, such a strong mid laner in the league. But if Finch can keep up that momentum that he played with last week, then maybe he is going to be able to put up a little bit of a fight here in the mid lane. We'll have to wait and see here, as a couple of Finch's favorite picks in the Vex and the Orianna have just been banned away. The Mordekaiser and the Melio going to get taken off the table by a Goon squad.
And you know, Crewman, I'm wondering if this is a secret Seraphine AD carry. They did ban out two Finch champions, the Vex and the Orianna. Vex is definitely Finch's most played champion, one of his comfort picks. Seraphine could go AD carry bot, or AP carry rather, but it's waiting to see. I do like how many flex picks they have. Rel could conceivably, I mean, Vi's picked, but she could have been a jungler, and Seraphine can certainly still go bot lane. Alistair is a great answer. In Renekton, okay, so they're really keeping bot lane secret for Goon Squad. I like to see that, especially because it really seems like Agni Kai, their comp is. I mean, I like the flexibility. You have Wukong and you have Ari. You can choose to hang back and be more opportunistic because Vi has to go in, Rel has to go in, Renekton has to go in, right? This is very hard committing dive comp. However, Wukong can choose to go in or choose to stay back, and it is a Seraphine bot, I imagine. I think that Swain, Finch has played a lot of Swain in solo queue mid. He's been practicing it in the flex queue as well. I've seen it.
Yeah. The thing about Ahri Wukong is they're just such great team fighters, right? It's such a massive spike at level 6, you know, this Agni Kai composition. They're going to have so many amazing tools at their disposal. But the Swain, I do agree, Stoat, likely to go towards that mid lane for Finch. You know, we did see, I just mentioned Finch was a mid laner of the week last week. One of those games was on the Swain, 8-4 and 13 for Finch in game number 2 on the Swain. So pulling that one back out, looking to try to continue that momentum, right, like we were just saying. But the R5 pick here for the Warlock. Warlock himself, rated as potentially the #1 top laner in the league, be the Darius into the Renekton. Feels pretty Darius favored.
Yeah, I would say so. That's a hard champion to lane into. And again, we're seeing Agni Kai going for that strong split push. I'm going to just rock you and force you to bring 2 or 3 champions top lane to fight me composition. I like to see that. Play to your strength. At the same time, the mid game for Goon Squad Gaming is looking really powerful. Swain with his AoE, Vi lockdown, and Seraphine to follow up on that Vi ultimate. That's going to be so difficult to deal with. And then Rel pulling you all in to that Swain AoE damage. That's something they really need to look out for in these team fights.
Yeah, definitely. There's some good tools here for the Goon Squad as well, but I must say, Stoat, I am a little bit concerned about the damage profile. You know, they are very light on the AD, particularly if the Renekton in the top lane starts being turned into a handbag by the Darius, then you really are going to be lacking in that department. So we kind of do need to see Soul have a good game on this Renekton, or I do think that there's a real chance this Goon Squad composition could end up falling a little bit flat.
I absolutely agree with you there. And I mean, yeah, it's true. They really are just rocking purely AP aside from Renekton. And Renekton, if he's not strong, he's not going to get good flank angles too. And that's crucial to really winning these fights. He's not going to be useful in the side lane against Darius. So if he doesn't have a good flank engage, as Renektons look for, to really utilize that champion to its best, you're not going to see him pull his own weight. So it's a big gamble, I'd say. I mean, I think it's a lot easier to mess up and come back as Darius than it is as Renekton.
Yeah. I mean, it's obviously very matchup and comp dependent, right? But I think in this case, that's absolutely the case. I just said case twice, but it's fine. You guys know what I mean. And I definitely, you know, for that reason, for the reason of the Renekton specifically, and also just the reason that, you know, on paper, Agni Kai, the stronger team, I do feel like Goon Squad Gaming, they need to have a strong start here. They need to kind of come out the gate swinging and get a little bit of a lead early on here in game number 1. And, Vi is a jungler, is a champion that can look to make that kind of thing happen, right? Can be very strong early on. You are definitely going to be stronger, I think, than the Wukong, at least in terms of gank impact pre-6, right? Vi is going to have a little bit of an edge there. So in the 2v2s, maybe we are going to see Necromancer able to make something happen. But my question for you, Stoat, is what should the game plan for Necromancer be? What can we get done with this Vi early on to get this Goon Squad gang off to a good start?
Well, crewman, you know how we mentioned earlier that bot lane with the support from Ghost, it's really strong, right? So seeing Seraphine and seeing Rel, they're a pretty self-sufficient bot lane. And I like to see that because this Vi, Necromancer can really focus on making sure this Renekton becomes something to watch out for in these team fights. He can hang around topside, maybe go for some grubs early, and if he gets Renekton ahead, Renekton can really take down turrets extremely quick, get that turret down, get him out of laning phase, and push toward those team fights where this comp really shines. Mid-game team fights. If they don't get those strong dragon fights in mid-game, I'm really scared for what happens when Agni Kai's comp just outscales in the team fight phase, especially with Wukong, who's a scaling late game monster.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be pretty critical, I think, the early in the mid game, as you say. But still, you keep saying mid game team fights, and I keep looking over to the other side here at what Agni Kai have. I'm looking at this Wukong Ari, and I'm like, pretty strong for mid game team fights, So we'll see. I mean,
They
it does
are.
feel like
They
the
are.
Agni Kai composition is maybe just a little bit more well rounded overall, and obviously the fact that they were on the red side meant that they have some great answers in those solo lanes.
But I'll say this, crewman, skill aside, I know Soxathize has just been killing it. He's fantastic on Ari. So putting aside the skill, the fact that Goon Squad Gaming's composition is so much easier to actualize, I think that's a really big deal. It's a lot easier to point click Vi, jump on Renekton with the point click stun, and then Rel and Seraphine, pretty hard champions to miss your CC with.
Sure, fair enough. So then, you are saying then that the Goon Squad draft you feel is actually a little bit easier to execute on. Is that your prediction for Game 1? Do you feel like they have the better composition to go into this first game of the playoffs?
Better necessarily in terms of strength, I wouldn't say, but better in terms of easier execution, absolutely. Definitely a lot of easier big hit boxes to land.
Well, is the execution,
especially with Seraphine.
Sorry, cut you off there, Stoat. I think there was an audio issue there, but didn't mean to cut you off. But is it going to be easy enough? Kind of is my question. Thanks.
Honestly, we're gonna have to really see because, like you said, and I agree, Agni Kai, I would say is the favorite for this series. However, I do think if there's going to be an easy composition, the only way this composition would get even easier is they've had a mouth fight on top lane, right? So this is about as point and click as it gets. So I really hope it's enough for Goon Squad.
We'll see. We'll see, guys. Definitely some interesting drafts, particularly from the side of Goon Squad for this first game. We'll see if that ease of execution is going to come through or not, guys. Don't go anywhere. The BOL Platinum Playoffs will be right back right after this. Okay, my friends, welcome onto the Rift as we enter the playoffs for the Plat League here. And it is, as already mentioned, Agni Kai on the red side to start things off, and of course, Goon Squad Gaming on the blue. A little bit of a 5-stack. Seems like Agni Kai are potentially expecting a level 1 to happen, but from what we can see, Stone, it doesn't look like that is going to be the case.
Yeah, no, it looks like a pretty standard level 1. I think they're defending against an invade. It makes sense. You've got Renekton, you've got Ral, and you have Vi. Pretty strong early game level 1 right there. But right now, we're just having some shenanigans in the bushes. Not too much is going to go on. Still, what we're going to look for, I would say, in the bot lane, Varus and Alistar are going to get pushed in pretty hard. Alistar is not known for his level 1 strength.
Sure. But also, Seraphine doesn't have the most amazing wave clear early on. Obviously more of a spellcaster. If she is trying to shove that wave, then can run into some mana issues, potentially. We'll have to wait and see how that is going to go out, or go down, rather. So, the Alistar, you are certainly correct, Stone, in your assertion that he is generally considered to be pretty weak in lane, but he is also generally considered to be a very good answer into the Rel, right? Denying a lot of what she wants to do. So we'll see how that lane does end up playing out. Before we really get too into it, Stoat, I had a fun fact that I'd like to share with you, if that's all right.
Oh, please.
So Goon Squad Gaming, over the course of the 9-week round robin, of course, those are all best of threes. Every single one of those best of threes, except for one, was either a 2-0 or a 0-2. Would you like to take a guess, Stoat, as to which best of three went to that third game?
I'm gonna keep the suspense. You got to tell us.
Well, it was in fact this matchup against Agni Kai that did go to the third game. That was all the way back in week number 1. Agni Kai did end up taking it 2-1 in the end. It was the first game that Goon Squad actually did manage to get for themselves. And furthermore, another additional bonus fun fact for you, Stoat. Do you know what Soul was playing in that game where the Goon Squad were victorious? Would you like to guess there?
I'm guessing it's
You
Wukong.
mentioned this pick earlier on. Soul, the top
Oh,
lane
wow.
for
Okay. My bad. Yeah, Soul Reaver. My confusion. I would say Malphite then. Yeah.
It was indeed the Malphite. Yes, that Soul was playing in that Goon Squad victory, and I believe it was open. I'm not entirely sure, but going for the Renekton this time, obviously, is the call. We'll see if the Renekton is going to be easy enough to execute on, as you were mentioning for us in the draft. As the junglers did both clear towards this top side. Necromancer, only the 5 camps, though, did skip Krugs and go for the earlier reset. So Reaver still in the vicinity. See if the Wukong is going to want to go for anything. This is pushing away from the Renekton, it looks like.
Doesn't... Oh, Renekton looking to get a little frisky here. And, oh no, here comes Soul Reaver.
Yeah, Warlock can pop the Ghost, and that is going to get the flash out from Soul. That's going to take a turret shot here in the mid lane, as Finch has been landing a lot of these never moves, but is now very low on mana. Sox maybe feeling confident to stick around for one more wave.
Yeah, I mean, it's really big. Renekton blew his flash. He's going to be vulnerable, and his wave is slowly pushing toward Darius. He's got to be careful. As for Sox, Athai, it's kind of interesting to see that Finch is winning on the, winning this matchup so early, because generally speaking, Swain is not that strong until he gets his ultimate, especially not against Ahri, who's fairly safe in lane. So, I mean, this just really speaks to the power of him on this pick.
Yeah, you'd kind of anticipate, ooh, nice apprehend there in the top lane. Warlock's just looking to catch this wave for now. But it is kind of surprising with the rune choices as well, right? Sox going for the Electrocute, of course, generally a little bit stronger early on, versus the Conqueror for Finch is much more of a scaling choice. So the Swain still managing to win out in a lot of these trades. Definitely a good sign for our Week 9 standout mid.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty impressive to say the least, and it's going to be even harder for Ahri. He's got tier 1 boots already, which I mean, listen, 25 movement speed is a lot. Movement speed considered one of the most broken stats in this game. And Renekton doing his job, punishing Darius for just being alive in lane with him, but still does not have flash. So Wukong's on the bot side. He's got to be careful. In the next 3 minutes or so, he will be back up top.
Yeah, definitely the case. The Ghost, of course, is going to come up earlier than the Flash, so Warlock will have that available as Reaver looking for potentially a play towards this mid lane. The Charm is going to land. Finch does have the ultimate available, just going to expend the Flash instead, just to make absolutely sure he can get back underneath that turret.
And Crewman, that was a beautiful charm from Ahri. It landed on the perfect timing for Soul Reaver to come and take that flash out of Swain, which is a huge spell for a very immobile champion.
Definitely. Yeah, so that is going to be an advantage now in the mid lane. Sox, of course, also level 6, has that Spirit Rush now. Could look to make some movement happen around the map, have that impact, but it is Necromancer and the rest of the Goon squad who are onto this first neutral. They brought Ghost up on the Rel also just to make sure that they could secure it. And I think maybe they were spotted out there by Finny, but the Grubs will just be seated over, traded for the Dragon.
Yeah, and we were talking about this in Champ Select. I really like how Goon Squad are prioritizing those Grubs. They really want to get this pushing potential going. You just want to get out of laning phase ASAP, right? And trading the Dragon, first Dragon, not the biggest deal in the world. Still, it's going to be nice. Oh, hold on.
That's going to be the setup onto Ghost. Rel in trouble. The headbutt away from safety as well. The crash down, almost enough to flash away. Ghost survives. Very close call there. Nice heads-up move from Ghost. The timing on the spells was good and able to get out alive.
Yeah, I mean, he lived by the skin of his teeth there. And what was that flash?
Well,
all right.
he pressed his F key and then he teleported a short distance. Stoat. That's usually how that one goes.
Yeah, I guess that was a power move right there. It's a bit of a power move, just flexing on him. Give him the benefit of the doubt, say that was intentional and meant to intimidate.
Oh, as Alistar is dead. Alistar is dead. That's an encore onto the Varus. The Vault Breaker will be flashed, but the cease and desist is there, and Tortuga has nothing left. Is going to get taken down, punched in the face by the Necromancer, and that's the Goon Squad off to a 2-0 lead.
Crewman, we're talking about self-sufficiency earlier with the Seraphine, and that's about as self-sufficient as you can get. Winning the 2v1, alting Varus, taking a turret shot, and then getting alted by Vi to clean up the fight. That was pretty darn bad, for Agni Kai to lose a 2v1 that way. But a shout out to Gengar. That was really slick. I really like to see that.
Absolutely, yeah. And this Seraphine was picked pretty early on in the draft as well, right? So this is clearly something that Gengar wanted to pull out for this first game. Looking good on it so far. It's just really nice, setup there. Landed the beat drop onto both of them. Got the root. And, Alistar was just barely in the turret range. Finny took 2 turret shots there, and then it was just an auto attack from Gengar to finish off the cow. Pretty straightforward stuff.
I guess we have to see what Finny's looking to do here. Has mobility boots built. He's definitely going to look to roam and get some ganks going, but, falling a little far behind now. I wonder, is he really going to make the most out of those boots, given how the Seraphine has 1 kill and is up about 2 minion waves?
Yeah, definitely an interesting choice here to go for those mobility boots. Clearly the call, as you say, Stoat, for Finny is that he wants to be roaming around the map and making that impact in some of these other lanes. And I think it makes sense in the context of the team, right? As, hang on a second, Necromancer looking for a play onto the Darius in the top lane, but this could be dangerous. This is the Warlock that we're ganking here. He's level 8. He's already popped the Ghost. Dominus as well activated for Soul. In comes the Reaver to try to turn this one around. Cyclone on a 2, buying a little bit of time. Darius able to get back underneath the turret, and now Soul's going down pretty low. Darius can't get close enough to cut his head off, though. The Noxian Guillotine, still a possibility. Soul Reaver is going to bring down the stick. That will actually be what finishes off Soul. And the Reaver is barely going to get taken down by Necromancer, but Warlock in position to clean it up. It's a 2-for-1 play, and it's Agni Kai coming out ahead.
Yeah, and that ended just when it needed to. Soxathias was waiting in the wings, and honestly, it could have been so much worse. I don't know if you caught it, Crewman, but right there, Necromancer, excuse me, got an incredible Vault Breaker onto Walk Warlock and kept his Renekton alive. Soul was just about to go down. That would have been a double kill for Darius, and he's already up about 30 CS. So that would have really added salt to the wound for Soul, who's struggling in this top lane. And like we were talking about before, this is the lane you can't afford to lose. You need some AD damage. Unless Seraphine can really snowball that advantage, it's going to be tough for a mostly AP team.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of a situation here as Soul's potentially in danger once again. Is able to slice over the wall, though, and will be totally fine. The grubs are what we are fighting over at the moment, as Ghost was trying to make this rotation up here once again. Where is the Necromancer? There is Vi. There she is. She's in the bot side river. Not in position to contest these grubs right now, but here they come. The rest of the Goon squad moving over, looking to maybe contest for this objective. The charm is going to land. That's good damage onto the Rel. The objective has already been started up by Reaver, but here comes all of the Goon squad to push him off. Absolutely, I see the headbutt onto Ghost. The first grub is going to get taken down. The engage comes through onto Reaver. The Wukong is going to get taken down right at the start of this one. The Wukong connects onto Warlock. It is going to be a double kill over to the Seraphine, as Varus was a little bit too far forward there, as it was the Goon squad just coming in as a death ball. They stick together and they win out in the team fight 3-0.
And crewman, this is what I was talking about in Champ Select. This press R and win. Not to mention, speaking of pressing R, Soul Reaver used his ult in that gank top lane with Walk Warlock. I don't agree with going to challenge Gromps. You should have just taken second dragon, knowing they were all there. You had vision. You did not have ult on the jungler. And remember, Wukong's ultimate is really the bread and butter of their team fights. No one else in their team, aside from Alistar, has a real strong all-in engage. Right? And Alistar isn't your damage dealer. He's going to set up for the Wukong to then disrupt the fight, put on some damage, and set up the rest of their team. That was a bit suspect, in my opinion.
Yeah, Stoat, I think that's definitely fair. You know, I will offer a point in defense of Agni Kai, though, as it felt like at the start of that play, you know, Necromancer was actually the one looking for the dragon, right? The Vi wasn't anywhere near that topside river, you know, originally at the start. So maybe Reaver was sort of anticipating that trade to come through, where he could actually take the 3 grubs and give over the dragon and not go for the fight with his ultimate down. But of course, props to Goon Squad. They sort of able to identify that they were stronger at that moment in the 5v5. They moved over as a team and were able to punish.
It's true. They all came together, and I guess it was just a bit of indecision there. Should we just get the Gromps or choose a fight when we're outnumbering Goon Squad? Still, all in all, Goon Squad really playing to their composition strength. And Seraphine, you know, she's starting to really snowball ahead. 3 kills now, up about 10 CS, and has a 300 gold bounty on her. So, you know, if AP was an issue, this is the time to really strike with your composition, because you have to build damage first on Agni Kai. You can't just build straight into magic resistance on a Darius, right? Certainly not on a Wukong. So this is about the time you need to take advantage.
They're trying again. This time there's no Reaver in the area to save you, Warlock. Can he outplay in the 1v2? He's trying to get those bleed stacks up, but he's going for the flash smoke. Gets a little bit of healing from the Q, but it's not enough. Necromancer able to chase him down. Number 4 for the Vi.
Yeah, and so far, Necromancer winning the battle of the strong junglers in this matchup right now. Seraphine's got to back off, though. You're all alone. There's an Alistar on that team.
Yeah. Sox, just a trade of ultimates down here towards the bottom side between those mid laners. And yeah, Seraphine did have to back off for a moment there in the mid lane, but now the team will be able to move over and cover mid, as we did see Soul there able to get the first brick. That is going to be the tier 1 down in top lane. That critical lane where the Renekton needed to have a decent laning phase. Looks like it has worked out decently well for the Goon Squad. Now Necromancer looking for yet another neutral.
Yeah, and you know, shout out to Necromancer. He really saved that top lane. It was looking pretty dicey, pun intended, for the top laner. You know, Soul was having a bit of a hard time. He was down 30 CS. Still is about, but recovering slowly. Had no kills to his name. You know, still the truth, but Necromancer 4-1. So definitely picking up the kills where Soul's leaving off. letting Renekton get to his Eclipse first item, and he's about even with Darius now. So that's looking good. You know, he's only down to what, 400 gold? Not the end of the world. About 2 long swords.
Definitely, yeah. That first turret gold doing a lot to shore up the little bit of a CS differential that is still there. And now Warlock could even be more vulnerable to continued attention, right? Without the turret now, the Darius does have to be very careful in that extended lane.
Absolutely, no summoners as well. That being said, Soul has to be careful not to overextend. Darius will still kick his butt in a 1v1, so got to be careful about that. And I really want to see where they're going to drop this Herald. I'm guessing they're going to look to drop it mid, really open up the map for these upcoming dragons. Dragon's going to be a pretty spicy area of the map. You know, these are 2 very strong team fight comps. However, I'm thinking Goon Squads is looking pretty strong right now. What about you, crewman?
Yeah, I mean, they're off to a phenomenal start. You know, as we were saying, you know, coming out of the draft, we did think it was really important that they had this strong early games. And comes Reaver, trying to turn that around. But Necromancer in position again. That's a great read on the map right now. Soul Reaver is going to go for the Cyclone, almost able to take down Finch, but the healing for the Swain is going to be enough. And Necromancer again in exactly the right place.
Crewman, should I jinx it? Should I risk it?
I'm not sure what we're jinxing.
All right. Well, since you don't know, I'm just gonna go for it. Okay. I'm thinking Necromancer may be the POG of this game.
Well, it's certainly been a POG-worthy performance thus far. So I think that's fair to say. I don't know if that's, you know, we'll see. If Necromancer suddenly starts playing significantly worse, then we'll know it's all your fault, Stoke. But we'll see.
Yeah. See. You know, I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and you know, everyone, you can flame me to oblivion if I'm wrong and if I destroy their chances here in the playoffs. But I'm just gonna say it, Necromancer POG.
Punched by Necromancer. There's the Alistar going to be able to pulverize and flash away towards safety, but flash down for the Alistar is so big, right as the dragon's spawning as well. Finney's also chunked down to about 50%. And there is so much control over this area right now for Goon Squad. They're just going to burn it down. No contest from Agni Kai.
Yeah, that was brilliant. They had so much priority over the river, and they burned that Alistar flash. And Alistar has no items right now. And he's got mobility boots, which are pretty useless in team fights. I mean, really, it's...
Yeah.
And against an all-AP team, I'm really surprised he didn't just go the Mercury treads. I think it's really hurting him now.
Yeah, I agree. You know, I think the choice to go for the mobility boots in isolation is a fine choice, but would have liked to see Finney, like, making some appearances in the top lane, right? Like, really trying to get your value out of that extra move speed, and it doesn't really feel like we've seen the Alistar having that impact on the map that we'd like to see with that itemization.
Absolutely. And crewman, this is all being said before Finch has even completed his Rylai's Crystal Scepter. So imagine what movement's going to be like after that's completed. And speaking of movement, Finney's here for the gang.
But it was a nice preemptive flash there from Soul. Get back underneath the turret. The Unbreakable Will does come out, but I don't think it's actually going to keep Finney alive. That's the first kill of the fight. Soul Reaver comes in, though, with the Cyclone. Able to find that on a 2. Necromancer going down pretty low. And the Darius Woman's going to come through. It's a maxed out shutdown for Warlock. 700 gold for the Darius. The best top laner in the league. Got a huge injection there. And now they're even thinking about keeping the pressure up here. The tier 1 is pretty low. A little bit dangerous to step up to hit it, though. At least for Warlock. Ghost is going to be able to go in. Gets a little bit of a stun there, but the turret will fall. And now the Apprehend's going to pull in the Rel. Ghost's not going to be able to get away. That one's going over to Sox. First of the game for the Ahri and Agni Kai. They're still in this one.
Oh, they are. And crewman, listen, I may have jinxed it here. 700 gold excess going over to Warlock. Necromancer giving that gold up. Still looking pretty good for Goon Squad, but that is where you want your goal injected, if anywhere. You want it in Warlock's hands and taking down that first tier turret. He's going to be a real split push menace now if they can't keep him under control. And I'm wondering how Goon Squad is going to respond to this now rich Darius.
Yeah, I mean, they are still up a little over 2,000 gold for the side of Goon Squad. And we did just see Shelly sort of meander into the top lane. So maybe something
Yeah.
is going to happen here.
I
Quite a
am
ways to
worried
go.
about this. Okay,
Oh, we're
gonna bring it mid. Okay, I agree with that. I was a
do we
little
get the...
scared for a second there.
I'm not sure if Soul is actually going to be able to drive it. He might run out of gas right before, yeah, not actually going to connect with the turret. So Shelly value not going to be there, I don't think, unfortunately. Shouldn't even get the charge here, even if she gets in range. Yeah, it's just not going to happen.
Oh no. That was looking kind of slick. I thought, Rel's around the corner. Maybe they could secure, keep Shelly safe. But no, that was unfortunately a wasted Herald. That's a big advantage to waste. That was a free turret. But I guess it was
Yeah,
expiring and didn't expect to die there. So I guess they tried to
honestly,
make the best of a bad situation.
I'm pretty sure it was just a misclick, actually, from Necromancer straight up. I mean, I don't know why
Wow.
you would ever summon it in the jungle in that position. It was such an awkward spot. It felt like he just wanted to pop the sweeper and kind of forgot that he had the eye in inventory. But yeah, that is definitely hurt a little bit. But we do have this Mountain Dragon spawning in just over a minute. Mountain sold this game, Stoke. Could be incredibly impactful for whoever does end up picking it up, and would be sole point for the Goon Squad if they are the ones who are going to be able to get control. So Finch has to be careful here. In comes Reaver. Demonic Ascension is available, but so is the Cyclone. Are they going to commit the ultimates for the side of Agni Kai? They're not doing it just yet. Sox is going to go out now with the Spear Rush, but Necromancer comes in, takes down the mid laner, and now the Cyclone comes out, but it's too late. Necromancer comes in, finds the double kill. 40 seconds till the Dragon. This should be sole point for the Goon Squad.
Oh yeah, they're gonna have such incredible priority. Wukong's gonna have no ultimate for the next fight, and this Swain already has Rylai's. We saw how much work it was doing. That slow is pivotal, keeping him alive. And really, this is what Goon Squad needed right after that scuffed Herald attempt and the big shutdown going top lane. And now Swain's going to get some extra gold, push out top lane, rotate to Dragon, teleport is up. And really, this is what you need if you're Goon Squad. You really need this Dragon. You cannot let this team of Agni Kai scale. And looks like we're setting up for a fight here, crewmen.
Soul Reaver's on the way, but like you said, no ultimate, and I don't know if he's even going to get here in time. That's going to be the apprehend to pull in Finch, and Swain's going to get cut down. That's a reset for the Darius. Is it going to be Warlock able to carry through the fight? He gets another one. It's a double kill. The Dragon is still alive as well. The third kill comes through. Warlock is running over him in the team fight. It's a quadra kill.
No.
Is it going to be the Pet Necromancer's not going to give him the Penta, but the Dragon will go over. Soul Point will be denied. And just when it looks like it could be the moment of triumph for the Goon Squad, it's Agni Kai with the better team fighting.
And that's Baron too, crewman. And I honestly didn't see what went so horribly wrong with that team fight. It seemed like they had all the cards stacked in their favor, and out of nowhere, Warlock getting 4 kills. Oh man, this is not good. I think the game really may have just flipped here.
I think it did. I think it did, Stoat. It's feeling very flipped. Yeah, flipped like a pancake as, Necromancer desperately wanting to get in there, but is going to be denied. Headbutted into the red buff pit by Finny. Really great defense there from the support and top of Agni Kai, and they're going to be able to take down Necromancer on the back end of this one as well. Another shutdown again to Warlock, who does now have a 3,000 gold lead in the side lane.
Yeah, and I mean, there's still the idea that Vi and Seraphine with Rao, they can get picks if they get priority over certain places in the jungle where these chokes are, especially coming by the blue buff on red side and the the little banana brush past red buff on the red side of the map. Still, that's really grasping at something here, grasping at straws. It's not guaranteed. And I don't know what to say, crewman, because it was looking like they had the fight they wanted. All the stars were aligned. They didn't have the Wukong ult was down. They had the priority over the Dragon Pit. So
Yeah, I mean,
I am thinking this game is, I don't know, Agni Kai's composition just scales so much harder in the late game.
Yeah, no, I agree. It does feel like they have the stronger composition, especially from a lead, right? As the Charm's going to land, Finch is trying to move forward to get something done. They feel like maybe they've caught some members of Agni Kai out of position, but now the collapse coming through. Tortuga is going to get taken out by Necromancer. Look at the Vi in the backline, looking to take down Sox as well. The Charm is going to land once more, and the Ari will get away as Soul Reaver is still alive, looking to potentially clean up Finch here as well, but the CC is just too much. The Wukong can't get out that last little bit of damage. And once again, the Goon Squad, they find the team fight, and they will deny a lot of value from getting gained with this Baron buff. Very back and forth game that we have here, Stone.
Absolutely, and Crewman, maybe that is the way back in. You have to take these fights when Darius is not around. I'm still scared for Goon Squad when there are, objectives on the map and they're fighting for a Baron or a Dragon. However, if your main carry isn't at the fight, well then, it's certainly going to help you out a lot if you're Goon Squad gaming. And Varus is not exactly powerful at the moment. He doesn't have his third item. He's still behind the Seraphine. Generally speaking, mages are a lot stronger with one or two items compared to their AD carry counterparts. And Swain is pretty far ahead of his laner, as opposing laner. I think having the Rylai's, the second item, is a much bigger power spike than it is against Ahri here. But still, I think both teams are just making big mistakes, taking fights that are inopportune.
Yeah, particularly, Agni Kai feels like they've been caught out a couple of times in some inopportune situations. And, just to highlight, Walk Warlock currently has 9 out of 9 kill participation for Agni Kai. It is the Walk Warlock show here in game number 1 for this team. And the fact that he wasn't there in that last fight, as you highlighted, Stoat, was so critical for the fact that Goon Squad were able to get a few more kills. A little more gold in the coffers. Will it be enough, though? Our next dragon spawning in 45 seconds. And it felt like last time around, it was a little bit of a split call situation for the Goon Squad, where they weren't really all fighting together. Gengar. Oh, that's going to be the Seraphine flash down.
Yeah, I don't think Seraphine Flash is necessarily the biggest issue in the world. She's plays pretty far back. Just her kit is so long range. Still, you want to have flash up. I'm not saying it's necessarily a good thing, but it isn't the end of the world. It's not as bad as, say, Swain or Renekton missing his flash. Still, I'm really worried about this dragon fight. I wonder if Goon Squad is going to opt to let Renekton split push and just give it to them. But looks like they have other plans.
Finch in the Demonic Ascension. Look at Walk Warlock here, trying to get those bleed stacks down onto the Swain, who is going down pretty low. And Warlock goes godlike 5v4 on the map now for Agni Kai. Renekton wasn't here this time, just split pushing in the side lane. Soul is going to be able to get that top tier too, but surely this time it will be Mountain Soul point over to Agni Kai. If nobody answers the Renekton, okay, Darius actually is going to go up there. But
the crewman, like Renekton has teleport.
Yeah, it's actually, we're looking for Sox. That's a Q flash from Necromancer trying to set this one up. They are going to be able to pick off the Ahri. So the Dragon does go over, kill back over to Goon Squad, and they get the tier 2 turret in top. I don't know. I mean, what do you think about that?
Oh, I think Darius is about to get another kill.
Yeah, I think he might be. Yeah, Necromancer not going to be able to get away. Tried to go for the flash there, but just got denied. Absolutely stuffed. Too much CC there. Too much lockdown. Another kill over to Walk Warlock, who still has 100% KP.
For sure. I mean, Crewman, this game is so flip-flop. It's so vice versa, so back and forth. I really am not sure how to really analyze what's going on here, just because I say one thing, you say one thing, and then it seems like the teams are doing everything in their power to say, absolutely not, we're just going to do the opposite of what you said and jump into a fight. That was still, I mean, Renekton had a TP advantage. I really liked his decision, Soul's decision, to not teleport into that fight when, I believe it was it Finch who got caught? I forgot who got caught there.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, so when Finch got caught, I liked how the Renekton didn't teleport. Just go for the split push. You're not going to win that fight. And honestly, I don't think they're going to win the 5v5 anymore so long as Darius is around. to get there early in the fight. So, I mean, I think that's really what they have to do is just play around the map. And they can do that because, well, Souls doesn't have teleport right now. It's fairly low cooldown now, pretty late in the game. So really just play around that. Try not to let them force you into these river fights, especially not choke points. You cannot get into a choke point with a Wukong and a Darius. And other than that, I really am not sure how else they could play this game. I just don't think they win the flat out 5v5.
I mean, you got to kill Warlock. That's really the long and the short of it. That's obviously a lot easier said than done. He's level 17 now with 4 items, including the Force of Nature, which is going to give him the magic resist he needs against Seraphine and Swain. So,
crewman, look at his items: Steric's Gauge, Dead Man's Plate, and Force of Nature. This guy's looking pretty unkillable.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I didn't say that. You actually were going to be able to kill him. I just said that's what you would need to do to win a fight. But yeah, actually doing that, I think, going to be pretty difficult, if not actually impossible.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be so difficult. And I mean, Baron's up. I'm curious to see how Goon Squad Gaming is going to play around this. Right now, it seems pretty easy for Agni Kai, just hang around. But Darius is going bot side, so an opportunity may be opening up here.
Potentially. So Scuttle Crab is going to get taken over by Agni Kai, so they establish some pretty firm vision control. That's going to be the Warrior Trickster to dodge away from the Vault Breaker, but that's a lot of members piling on top of Soul Reaver, who goes for the Cyclone, but just too greedy to go for the ward there. The Wukong is going to get taken down. That's the jungler for Agni Kai. Baron now could be a possibility. Walk Warlock, though, is moving up. Swain does have teleport, so Finch can get over here if they want to go for the 5v4, but honestly, with Walk Warlock here, I still don't know if that's a winnable fight for Goon Squad.
Yeah, I agree with you, Crewman. It looks like they're going to do it anyway.
The Encore, Tortuga has to flash away from that one. Finny able to take up a lot of damage with the Unbreakable Will, but the Alistar has no way out. Is going to try to flash, but that's just not going to get him the distance that he needs. So 5v3 now on the map for the Goon Squad. Still about 10 seconds on the Wukong, who's going to come back without flash or ultimate, and I think this is a Baron start. I mean, when are you ever going to get a better opportunity than this to start the Baron? But in comes Walk Warlock. Side of Agni Kai, they're still going to want to fight this one. They're not going to give it over just like that. The Apprehend onto Ghost. The Rel going for the engage. They're going to look for the turn. The whole team, they're coming in. They're piling forward. Look at Walk Warlock. Is the Darius able to stay alive? Sock's going to get taken down by a Necromancer. Walk Warlock flashing away. Locked down by the Season Desist. He's got the Bleed stack stacked up, but nobody's low enough to execute. Walk Warlock going down low. He's down to about 1,500 HP. They can't quite chase him down. They're chasing pretty deep now. Oh! I don't know if it's going to work out. They're so low. Walk Warlock, he gets the first reset, but the Darius also gets taken down. Tortuga gets one more, but the rest of Agni Kai are going to get annihilated by Goon Squad. A decisive call to turn off the Baron, and they will be rewarded.
Crewman, that was a real clincher. That Darius was so close to staying alive that fight long enough to get some real work done. Like you said, he had the bleed stacks up, but he was soloed. He was out alone. His teammates, they just didn't believe they could take the fight 4v5, and I think that was a crucial mistake. We saw how long Darius survived 1v5 there. It would have been a different story if the team turned with him, but I mean, shout outs to Goon Squad taking the opportunity.
Coming in here.
Oh, there's...
Seeing they contest this Dragon going over. That's going to be a little bit of damage onto Finch. The Encore connects only onto the Alistar. And there is no Vi here right now. Necromancer did die in that last team fight, so they're not able to stay on the Dragon. It will reset. Wukong coming from base right now as well.
Yeah, and that was a great play from Finny and Socks with Eyes. Pretty high risk, but it was also high reward. They got the Dragon reset, and now it's back to a 5v5, and I think Goon Squad has to be super careful about how they approach this Dragon now.
Teleport coming in from Soul. It's going to be an honest 5v5 once again. Soul Reaver, I swear to God, Soul Reaver, if you die for the control ward again, I will be displeased. Dragon going to get leashed from over the wall by the side of Goon Squad, but that's just going to allow... Reaver to start it up. And so a good range here. Necromancer is trying to force it. This is going to be Mountain Soul, remember, for the side of Agni Kai if they can lock it down. Walk Warlock trying to play bodyguard at the entrance to the river and will be able to do so as the bouncer at the door prevents the Goon Squad from getting a Chain of Corruption. Going to land onto the rail. The Apprehend pulls in Ghost in trouble. He's going to be able to crash down away, but doesn't have the flash to get over the wall. Walk Warlock already finding the first reset in this team fight. Soul Reaper finding all of the knockups that the team could ever need as Necromancer is trying to make it happen off on the side here, but the Vi just cannot fight against the Darius. Walk Warlock brings down the X once again. Can they burn him down? He gets a little bit more healing from the Decimate, and it's just too much damage. Oh, the teamfight lead is too big for Agni Kai. They're gonna clean it up. Fitch is going to get a bunch of healing from the Demonic Ascension, and actually everybody else will die. But remember, guys, Walk Warlock is Agni Kai. He's the only one they need, and he's going to be able to get the job done. Game over is right. Walk Warlock, Mountain Soul in tow, pushing down the mid lane.
And that was wild to watch, crewman. I mean, they were both playing footsies with each other. Both teams so visibly scared to engage with each other. Eventually, Goon Squad Gaming following Necromancer and Ghosts engage. I don't know. I really don't think that was the move. Ghosts trying to look for something there, gets caught out, and Darius cleaning up the fight. This guy is 14-2. He is more than 3/4 of his team's kills. 14 kills out of 18. Now, that's a carry if you'd ever seen one.
That's 14 kills and 4 assists. That is still 100% kill participation for Walk Warlock's Darius. 37 minutes into the game.
Man, and we said this was going to be a topside battle, crewman, and it really has turned out to be the topside battle.
We weren't expecting this necessarily. It's been an absolutely
no, certainly not. But I love to see it. I mean, it's. Oh, hold on, Walk Warlock looking for some more blood.
Oh, I think Necromancer even lost the blue buff there, if I'm not mistaken, and now he's going to lose his life. Walk Warlock just takes his head off. And now all the rest of Goon Squad Gaming have to go on the run. It's going to be Finch pulled in next. The Demonic Ascension is going to do absolutely nothing. It is, in fact, the Demonic Descension. 6 feet underground for Finch. 5v3 on the map now. Yeah. Agni Kai back to Baron. And yeah, now they're just getting caught out. I mean, that was kind of the case, honestly, on the back end of the last Dragon fight as well. It was like Ghost didn't even go for the engage, right? He just walked up a little bit too far forward, got tagged by the Varus ultimate, and that was it. Like, once the team fight started and Agni Kai already had Mountain Soul, that was it.
Yeah, and that was a big mistake from Ghost, crewman, because the dragon had already been taken. At that point, there's really nothing to fight for. No one was out. No one was there far away from their team. They were all pretty close together, and it just looked like some miscommunication. Ghost is really antsy to get something started, you know? I mean, I get it. You can feel like the game is slipping out of control, and frankly it is, and it has been, but that's just not how you come back. And again, another pick off. Necromancer this time getting caught out, putting salt on the wound there, taking his buff with his life. I mean, right now they have the Baron buff. All the cards are in the hands of Agni Kai right now, and like you said, Walk Warlock is Agni Kai. They just can't win. And now another catch out. Okay, he gets out.
Very close. So
they don't even have. They can't even walk through their own jungle right now. This is really. I mean, this game is really Agni Kai's to lose. They would have to get caught out again. Maybe there's an angle here. Walk Warlock all alone.
Yeah, he is. Okay. The rest of the team is going to be splitting in mid. I do like playing on multiple lanes with Baron, but it is, you know, as we already mentioned, wherever Walk Warlock is kind of really the only strong point for Agni Kai. So he is going to be pressuring the spot tier 3 for now. None of these inhibitor turrets have been broken just yet.
And Walk Warlock coming to join his team, I guess, realizing, hey, well, I am the team, I got to go with them. But now he's going back bot. So if there is a time for Goon Squads to strike, it would be now. But they have no vision on where the rest of Agni Kai are, pushing toward that top lane. and they may just try to get some damage and potentially a kill on Walk Warlock here, but he's playing fairly safe, staying far back.
Yeah, very respectful there from the Warlock. You're not wanting to overextend. Did actually have the flash just a moment ago, so I guess that did get forced out, as the Dominus going to get popped now by Soul. They're looking for this engagement. They know that the Warlock is not here. The flash in for Necromancer, but he gets immediately punted away by Finny. The Cease and Desist will come out, but the Vi is so deep now, nobody can follow up on that engage. It's just desperation from Necromancer. It's such a phenomenal start to this game, as Reaper's actually going to get traded back, so both junglers a little bit too far ahead of the rest of the team there, and Warlock is behind them now. So this is looking pretty grim. Finch is just going to move forward and sacrifice himself for the good of the colony. That's an admirable effort there from the Swain, but now it is going to be a 4v3 on the map with Agni Kai. They don't have Baron anymore, but I imagine there should still be a way to break into the base, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, they should just rotate to this Elder Dragon. They have the advantage, and I guess they're going to get an inhibitor, move up to Elder Drake, and try to close this game out. I really respect what Goon Squad tried to do there. They saw Walk Warlock was away from the rest of the team, now 1v2ing, and I guess they're just not going to go for Elder right now, opting instead to go for top lane turret.
Top lane Renekton actually was the target there, able to take down Soul at a very critical moment. Not sure how that happened, but that is going to mean a continued man advantage for Agni Kai. The fact that these deaths are staggered is just honestly even more devastating for the side of Goon Squad. It means that they are never really able to get everybody out onto the map to go for one of these Hail Mary team fights.
Yeah, and I think this is going to seal the deal now. Elder Drake is so strong. Good. What a great way to end the game. The problem was that Goon Squad just couldn't get that pick, and for some reason Finch didn't teleport early to that fight. They had a really big time advantage over the Darius, but he just didn't pull the trigger on the teleport, I guess not believing in the fight.
Yeah, it's so crazy, man. I mean, Goon Squad Gaming still have more kills, but it just doesn't matter. Although it is worth mentioning probably that Walk Warlock no longer 100% kill participation, was not involved in that last kill onto the Renekton. So there you go. The rest of the team coming alive here and really pulling their weight. You love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, they should probably just surrender now, right? It's over. But in all seriousness, pushing in second inhibitor, I mean, they have to be careful. There's still 2 turrets on the Nexus, but they're going to play it slow, play it easy, and take out that top turret, and eventually just slowly suffocate Goon Squads out of this game.
Yeah, this is, some would say that this is by the book, where, the tutorial victory, as it were, where you take down every single structure, but it does feel a bit gratuitous, as there is the engage that is going to come through from Finny. Looking to start things off. Where's Walk Warlock in this fight? Still healthy on the back line, as Tortuga is going to get taken down. Gengar has been traded back, though, as Sox also actually has been eliminated. Walk Warlock just kind of biding his time, trying to get these stacks stacked up, as that actually will not be the execution for the Darius, who is starting to go down a little bit low here, and Finch fully...
Crewmen are talking about
still
BM
there on the dive. And it's
talking about BM. That's instant karma. Instant karma for sure. And they can potentially go for this Baron. Well, I mean, I guess they don't have the... Actually, no, they can. They don't have the AD carry, right? They don't have the DPS, but at least they get to survive a few more minutes. But that's a shame. I mean, if Gengar survived, they could have gotten the Baron. But I guess it's really what is a trade-off when you go an AP carry champion bot lane. You just don't have the same Baron or objective, the same ability to take objectives as you would with, say, a non-hit Varus. So,
yeah.
I don't know whether that's BM or not. I honestly, I want to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that they've been kind of playing a little scared the whole game. Agni Kai, that is, well, really both teams. So perhaps they just wanted to take a more secure route to ending the game, deal with one turret as opposed to two. Okay, looks like Warlock's about to make
Warlock
quick work.
make something happen here. He's going to force the teleport out from Soul to get back to base. Yeah, Finch is bleeding quite profusely. Warlock, though, it's actually Gengar who teleported back to the Nexus turret there to cover the retreat of the mid laner. But that's going to mean that the rest of Agni Kai know they have numbers around the Baron Pit. Can Necromancer pull off the miracle? They are going to see him now. That Scryer's Orb in the Tribush, and they're going to stop the Baron DPS. They're not going to flip. They're going to refuse to flip the objective, which, I do respect. They're going to look to chase down Ghost here instead, and the Rel does not have any way out. Is going to get taken down, and now likely back to the Baron as Warlock has moved over as well. So all 5 here should mean they are able to lock this one down. They can't be completely sure that Necromancer isn't still hanging around the area, but we know that the Vi did give up the Goose.
Indeed, and I gotta say, I really like to see that patience. That is uncharacteristic in Plat League, I'd say. It's hard. I mean, it's a pretty high-level ability to say, okay, we're going to do this objective and then pull back when you see another opportunity open up that's safer. And they did just that, getting Ghost caught off guard again, looking for an angle, and then they get a free Baron on the back of that kill. And this really should be the end of the game. 2 inhibs, bot and mid, and an open top, essentially. Who's going to come and challenge Warlock?
Yeah. So this is, we had a little bit of a whoopsie for Agni Kai in the previous play. So Reaper's going to go over the wall with the Warrior Trickster, going to dodge away from that Never Move. Wave is coming in now towards this top lane. Tortuga going to be able to start hitting that turret just a little bit. This Ghost trying to move up to deny it. This Necromancer trying to clear out this minion wave. The Cyclone coming out from Soul Reaver, but the Wukong getting taken down so low once again here. The Cease and Desist comes out from Necromancer, but he can't quite get it done. The Mountain Soul will keep the Wukong alive. The Vi will be eliminated. Now Finch on the front lines is not going to be able to survive either. Warlock goes legendary once again, and it is going to be the shutdown onto Soul Reaver, but the Seraphine is going to be taken down in kind. And at long last, it did turn into quite a banger. We went 47.5 minutes here, Stoat, in this first game, but the 4-seed Agni Kai will get the first Nexus of the quarterfinal.
Yeah, that was a real back and forth game, and it took a while. There was a lot of coin flips, a lot of throws. Man, that that was a slobber knocker. That was a crazy game. Shout outs to Warlock stealing the POG out from Necromancer's hands. And I mean, crewman, that was the story of that game, right? That whole top side. And you gotta think they're gonna ban Darius next game.
I don't know, man. I mean, Warlock has plenty of other champions that he can look towards. I'm not really convinced it was a Darius problem necessarily, but I mean, obviously it was a Darius problem, but you know what I mean. Yeah, 58K for Warlock in this one. Easily on top of those charts. Although honorable mention to Tortuga as well as Finch. Both of those guys actually not too far off.
Yeah, especially Tortuga having a really rough first 25 or so minutes of the game. Really started to shine in the late game when he had the ability to play behind his team and fight. Still, it really felt like Goon Squad's had that game in the bag up until about that 25-minute mark. And just that quadra kill going to Darius really sealed the deal for good. I mean, that was so much gold, so much priority for that champion. So what do you think they're going to have to do next game, crewman? What do you think they can do?
Well, Stoat, I'm not really sure. You got to find some way to try to put a lid on this Warlock, man. You gotta, put a lid on the cauldron, as it were. It's boiling over right now, and Warlock has just thrown in all of the ingredients, and those ingredients just happen to be the Goon Squad members. So, yeah, it's pretty difficult. I don't really know how they're going to be able to do it, but I guess that's up for them to figure out. And Necromancer had such a great early game as well. We were kind of setting it up for Necromancer to be the biggest difference maker for the side of Goon Squad in this one, and absolutely was. Had the team off to that great start, but I think you correctly identified the moment where it opened around that second Mount Dragon. But we're going to go ahead and get into a short break, guys, while we set up for game number 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the BOL Plat quarterfinals.
And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
All right, guys, that was a short break indeed. We're going to get right into our Game 2 draft here. So normally, here in the BOL, we alternate sides. That's how we do it during the regular season. We just switch sides for every game. Not the case for playoffs. Higher seed obviously got selection for Game 1. But after that point, for the rest of the series, it is loser of the previous game who gets selection. So Goon Squad have decided to stay on blue side, giving over Agni Kai their preferred red side once again. So what do you make of that, Stode? Why do you think blue side here was the call?
Well, I think we just see it right there. You get such priority over the jungle pick, and really they know there's probably not much, like you said, they can really do to stop Warlock. He has so many champions under his belt. But what you can do is take some of the more strong, heavy team engage picks away from Soul Reaver, who is really the second in command here, or rather second strongest, I'd say, on the side of Agni Kai. No offense to Socks of Thighs. Still, I really want to see a Malphite come out or something that's more engage heavy. I think, oh wow, Agni Kai taking Seraphine, running the Wukong back. Crewman, I really want to see something with a really strong engaged topside if they're going to try to play that team fight, strong mid-game composition again. I think Renekton just didn't really have the agency that game. He just didn't have the ability to do much work in the team fight or as much work as they needed.
Yeah, it definitely felt like a tough game for the Renekton. We kind of called it out, pretty early on, where Renekton just as a champion, right, really does suffer pretty severely from being set behind. And it definitely felt like if it was a different champion for Soul in that game, maybe could have had a much bigger impact. So we'll see what they decide to go for this time around. It is going to be Socks on the Ahri once again, so it's the same mid-jungle. It did feel, pretty underwhelming for most of that game for Agni Kai, but I think by the end, we definitely did see the team fighting power of the Ahri Wukong start to come through.
Indeed, and I mean, Socks of Thighs needs no mention on this champion, so pretty much a comfort pick. I do want to say, crewman, this Skarner, believe it or not, may actually be a flex pick. I was peeking at Soul's match history. and he's been playing a lot of Tarp Skarner lately, both in solo and in flex. So perhaps they're looking for something tricky.
Yeah. Of course, the top Skarner did get sort of mildly targeted by some nerfs a while ago. I think that's not this patch, the patch before maybe. But he definitely does still see some play, up there towards the top lane. So I think that is a good call out, Stoat. That is something that we need to consider. The fact that the Skarner Flex very much alive and well. As the Malphite here potentially going to get taken away by Agni Kai, or maybe that's just Warlock teasing him a little bit. That's going to be the Ashe there. Pretty classic pairing.
I mean, that would be some next level BM, I gotta say. But I don't know. I guess maybe you earned it after that performance. I am curious to see what goes top lane. Ashe, Seraphine, a pretty annoying bot lane, to put it mildly. Good luck walking up to them, even getting a good gank if you don't have a strong engage jungler. It's going to be very difficult to walk up to them. Braum, Sivir, a very strong combo to counter that bot lane, actually. Spell shield plus Braum's shield as well. It's a lot of negation of those abilities and those auto attacks.
Definitely the case. Yeah, it does feel like a really nice response from Goon Squad. And
and it was a sneaky Skarner, crewman.
It was indeed. It's going to be that Skarner top lane in the end, after all. B1 Skarner going to get flexed back up there. And now, what is going to be Warlock's option? The Darius did get taken away this time, as well as the Mordekaiser. That does mean what's left up here. Actually, I mean, it was the Melio Mordekaiser were the Phase 2 bans for Goon Squad last game. So, double banning towards the top lane this time around. The Olaf is going to come through. Olaf feels pretty good here, doesn't he?
Oh, he feels excellent. I mean, look at what they have. They got a Braum, a Skarner with suppression, a Lilia with her lilting lullaby. I mean, he's just going to say, nope, press R, and just run into your team anyway. And again, we know that Warlock loves his carry split push top laners. But like the Darius, they also have a good ability to team fight. And frankly, I would say Olaf has a stronger ability to make moves in the team fight, especially given his composition, where Skarner is the only real tanky character on the team. And Skarner isn't going to be doing damage. Like you said, he was recently nerfed. He did have some pretty silly damage on his Q, but no longer. So I'm going to say, crewman, I'm pretty worried, again, about how Goon Squad's going to handle this game. Frankly, a little more worried than I was last game.
Really?
Yeah, I think Lilia's not Vi. She needs more time to really get going. She needs a second item. So, are they going to make it to that point?
That's very true. That's a great point, Stoat. Yeah, that was the one thing that really went right for Goon Squad last game was Necromancer's early game, right? And it is much harder to have that level of impact on the Lilia as opposed to Vi, as you just said. So, I think that is a little bit worrying. I agree. I do think that in some respects, Goon Squad do have a little bit of a better composition for looking for picks, right? The fact that you have the Twisted Fate with the Destiny means you can try to play on these side lanes maybe a little bit more aggressively. Maybe that is the call to just really try to shut Warlock down before he can really get off the ground. It felt like they kind of went for the opposite strategy in the previous game almost, where they shut down everybody else and then just were hoping that Warlock wasn't gonna 1v9 the game, but then he did. So got to try something different here.
You got to do something. I mean, you really have to. I just think, I think I see a clear identity for Goon Squad Gaming. I think they're looking for picks that are great at catching Warlock when he's doing what he loves to do best, which is draw attention to him in a solo lane, splitting. Now, they tried to do that with a teleport on Renekton. It didn't work out as well as they'd hoped, but now you've got two teleports with Twisted Fate, who presumably will take teleport as his second spell. And I imagine Skarner's going to go teleport as well, right? So perhaps you'll have a much easier time getting these unfair 4v5, 3v5 situations. Hopefully they can execute that to their advantage this game, where it didn't work that well last game.
Yeah. Counterpoint, though, Stoat, as in order for Twisted Fate to look for those plays where you're moving towards the side lane and looking to punish a a Walk Warlock, then that would usually require you to have some control over the mid lane, right? Where you get that wave pushed out first in order to create
Uh-huh.
time for you to move. And he's against Sox's again, so that might be hard.
It's true. I do have some faith in Finch, though. I mean, if last game was an indication of anything, he did win that mid game early. You know, he was really dominating. Granted, it was his pocket pick, it was his comfort pick, Swain. However, if he can do that with Twisted Fate, I think there's a lot of promise in that pick.
All right. Well, that certainly could be really huge for Goon Squad if Finch can continue to have that good early game, in particular, against Sox there in mid. And we've kind of already discussed that we feel like their answers in the bot lane for Goon Squad are really nice as well. Obviously Ashe Seraphine is still a very potent duo that is going to pose a significant amount of threat. But at the very least, I think we can expect Sivir and Braum to play safe down there and farm evenly underneath the turret. That seems totally fine. So then we'll just go for predictions then, Stoked. What are you thinking about these two drafts overall? Goon Squad, it felt like they should have had that previous game, but there were just a couple of team fights and just a very large Darius that prevented them from bringing it home. Whereas Agni Kai, a lot of members looked maybe even a little bit out of sorts, in that game number one. It was really Walk Warlock putting the whole team on his back. So, what are your just general thoughts heading into this one? Where are you expecting this game number 2 to take us?
Well, while I do think Olaf on paper is a better pick into this composition than, say, Darius was last game, I do think Olaf is harder to execute by merit of him not getting free damage on the bleach sacks the way that Darius does. You have to be a lot smarter with how you engage and use your ultimate. You have to be a lot smarter with how you flank and when you go in, because you just do not have the same defensive stats as Darius, nor do you have the same free damage. Still, I think that it's very dangerous to have Sivir, who's a fairly short-range champion. If she does not execute those Qs, there's going to be a really hard time for her in these team fights. Even with the movement speed, you're not going to outrun a ghost-alted Olaf, right? So
Right.
I'm really curious to see how this plays out, but I really do think Walk Warlock has the pieces that he needs to put this game on his back a second time in a row.
Yeah, it does feel like that is a very real possibility here. Game one went very long, 47 plus minutes it took for Walk Warlock to finally get to the enemy nexus. We'll see how this second one goes, how different it is really going to look. Before then, guys, one more short break. We'll see you on the Rift. All right, guys, here we go onto the Rift once again. Game number 2 tonight. Agni Kai able to take the first one. It was an absolute barn burner, a real slobber knocker, Stoat. Let's see if this one is going to be any different. I sure hope not.
Yes, sir. Maybe. I'm sorry. It looks like the video feed froze on my end. My apologies.
Here. That is very unfortunate.
But it is back.
Okay.
We're back. It looks like even the client is reeling from that last game.
Yeah, it makes sense, honestly. It's even Stoat, it looks like. Or Soul, rather. Stoat and Soul, both with some minor connection issues here at the start of this one. But
I'm actually...
looks like...
I'm a double agent. I'm also in the game.
Oh, wow. Are you...
yeah, so...
are you like one of the scuttle crabs, or...
I can't reveal who I am. I'm definitely not being zoomed in on right now.
Oh, very sneaky. No wonder you've got
that's
gotta be a great view for those team fights.
It is, and it's also a great view for what's going on right now, which is honestly not much. So, pretty normal start. No team here is really going to go for any cheeky invades. I do like to see Twisted Fate getting early priority. Wukong, not really the strongest early ganker for level 3. So you do want to get ahead, push Ahri in, because Ahri can struggle to farm under turret. She's mana dependent and really relies on her Q to get the lane priority and her damage. Twisted Fate, though, free mana with blue card, free poke with Q, free poke with his red card as well.
Yeah. It's Finny gonna get concussed potentially. Gengar actually getting that auto attack onto the Ashe instead. As Ghost is really taking the worst end of that trade. His Braum is down to about 200 right now, going through the potion. But yeah, interestingly, Necromancer going for the exact same clear that he did go for last game on the Vi. This time on the Lilia is now Warlock invading, looking to push Lilia off her blue buff and will be able to do so. I'm surprised Necromancer didn't want to just go for the smite there. Didn't quite have it just yet, I guess, as now Soul will be able to move over, push out that pesky Olaf, and Lilia will get her blue buff.
Still, that's a lot of time spent. His clear is going to be so much slower. Bot lane has to be very careful. Sivir, just do not. Gengar and Ghost really just shouldn't push up now. And it looks like the... Oh, wow. Crewman looks like someone's about to die.
Yeah, Ghost does have to flash away. We'll say live for now. Tortuga already popped the Ghost, looking to get in these auto attacks. Oh, Gengar's down so low as he... I think maybe taking a turret shot on the back end of that. But both AD carries will just about survive. Oh, is
wow.
in the top lane a solo kill for Soul?
What?
Start us out.
How did... I mean, Crewman, we're just talking about how weak Skarner was early, and Soul has something to prove this game. Chooses the weak side top laner and gets the early kill.
Yeah, B1 Skarner, remember. This was a very, very early pick for a Goon Squad in draft. And we felt like the Olaf was a good answer, and it still could be. But definitely a very nice start for Soul.
Wow. I mean, I don't really have words for that, but I want to see more of it, Crewman. I want to see Soul show that he's got what it takes to put it to walk Warlock. And speaking of putting it to someone, Lilia coming in for the invade. I'm sorry, defending her, my bad.
Yes, we'll be able to get most of it, I believe, there, did the Lilia.
Yeah, still, I mean, we were talking about this in Champ Select, that Lilia is not an early game champion, and we're starting to see some of that weakness come through. Granted, I want to say Necromancer, despite his invades from Walk Warlock and from Soul Reaver, only down, actually up in CS now, just down before getting that scuttle. So good on Necromancer for taking these invades on the chin and still coming out on top.
Yeah, able to stay even with Wukong right now. It's pretty even CS between the two junglers at the moment. Both obviously great team fighters later on.
Yeah, and Lilia actually has advantage on the clear right now. You can see Wukong has another camp up, so Lilia's going to get that early back, and that is, I want to say it again, pretty phenomenal given how difficult the start was. Getting an early blasting wand, Lilia is going to do some damage, so she's going to hit level 6 in a couple minutes too, so you really need to look out for those ganks. Lilting Lullaby is one of the strongest gank setups in this game. And just team fight setups in general. I mean, Lilia, she can turn a game around single-handedly. She's one of those champions.
Can be pretty hard against Olaf, as we mentioned earlier on. But we'll have to see how it ends up looking. I believe last game, if I recall correctly, it was Necromancer getting the first round of grubs in exchange for Reaver picking up the first dragon. I believe is what
It was indeed.
See if that does come through again, as Ghost is continuing to get peppered with arrows consistently down here, as Sivir and Braum are doing their best to defend in this bot lane, but we are really seeing why Ashe Seraphine is considered so oppressive.
Yeah, and speaking of oppressive, Agni coming in for a gank.
Spirit Rush available, one more charge on it, looking for the charm, holding it for now, as TF actually has come in to respond to the auto attack, I think is actually what finished off the Braum there. Charm not going to land. Finch is going to be safe for now, but still, that is a positive play for Agni. Kai, it was Sox, was there first and was able to get the kill.
Yeah, and Finch pulling a Reginald there, pulled a red card instead of a golden. He didn't really get to do much to save his teammate. I wonder if things would have been different had he pulled that gold card, but perhaps not. It looks like he did get the auto, it looks like Soxathize did get the auto attack off before the gate finish channeling. And like you said, crewman, they are going to secure this dragon bot, especially after picking up a kill. And it looks like Lilia did get those grubs up top, so pretty much the same setup as last game, except an additional kill going into Soxathi's bank account there. So that's going to feel good. Definitely ahead in this lane as opposed to last game where he was struggling in mid lane. So I really am more worried this game for how Goon Squad is going to handle these mid-game team fights.
Yeah, could be pretty dangerous. Definitely. We'll have to see. I believe that with the next round of neutrals, if I continue to recall correctly, it was Necromancer who moved over and they won a team fight for Goon Squad around that second spawn of grubs, as Sox is going to get put to sleep. The preemptive flash going to get him pretty close to the charge. Nice sidestep on the charm there, as the Ahri will just barely survive. The last bit of damage from the Lilia, not quite enough.
Ooh.
The Ahri will live. It was a good attempt though, but ultimately a lot used there by Goon Squad. They're not quite able to make it happen.
Correct me if I'm wrong, crewman, but it looked like Lilia may have just barely missed the... Oh,
I think
Ashe's
there was
Ghost.
Just barely missed, yes, as Ghost slowed up on the retreat here. Is going to have to flash away once again. The B-drop gets the root onto Sivir. Gengar also has to flash. Oh, the volley underneath the turret. Oh, Ghost walks back up. Ghost, you could have just kept walking away, but he's going to get taken down. The marksmanship from Tortuga on this Ashe really putting the pressure on it now. Oh, this base is going to get stopped. Oh my god. Oh my god, Stowe.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, they chose this Sivir Braum combo as an answer to Ashe Seraphine, and it is not working out so far. That's not going to look good, and that's going to be really rough because they really needed to have Gengar be able to survive these fights later, and if he's behind, his task just got so much harder. And Ashe, with a Seraphine, with a Wukong, with Ahri to be a distraction in these team fights, she's feeling pretty good and is likely going to be pretty safe in these fights.
Yeah, I do think right on the money there, as it's a phenomenal start for the Agni Kai bot duo. You know, we spent a lot of time tonight talking up their solo laners, right? But clearly the bot lane coming into this second game with something to prove.
Indeed, looking to get something on the board for themselves. And it makes sense. You got to shed the limelight, right? And I mean, speaking of solo laners, I want to point out Soul is doing really well this game, but this time on his own.
True. Very true. Yeah, even up in CS a little bit over the Olaf at this moment in time. Just got waved.
Yeah, in a losing match.
Right? He's going to be able to glide his way back towards the turret here. Totally fine. The grubs are spawning. A little bit of teleport here in the mid lane.
Doesn't this look familiar to last game?
It sure does, doesn't it? As the Lilting Lullaby is going to come out only onto one, though, only onto the Ahri, and it is going to be able to get the Spirit Rush off. Sox able to stay alive for now. The Cyclone already taken off. In comes Soul! Is able to take down the Ahri with the help of Braum, and the teamfight win for Goon Squad once again. It's just like last game. Walk Warlock now is Ghosting,
really
trying to
is.
get away from this one. Does still have the Ragnarok, but doesn't want to opt into the 1v3. This is not a fed Olaf. I don't know if he even has his first item done yet. In the bot lane, though, Tortuga is going to continue winning out down here. Flashing underneath the turret. Nicely done. Tortuga with a solo kill. But the grubs will go over. It's going to be all 6 for the squad once again.
With the exception of that bot lane getting ahead for Agni Kai this game, it really is just a copy and paste of last game. It was the mid and jungle from Goon Squad not being there at the objective when the fight starts, but coming in the nick of time and winning out the fight nonetheless. So, wow. And again, this time, rather than the 3 kills being on the jungler, it's Soul with those 3 kills early game. Maybe this will be a difference maker. We've got to see. Ash getting an early turret too, crewman.
Oh yeah, that is a pretty early first brick for Tortuga down here. He's been having a phenomenal game so far on this Ash. And yeah, the Skarner is definitely interesting. It doesn't really, I mean, I would assume, right, that the Skarner is not as threatening with gold as someone like the Renekton, right? As the build so far, we've got some Lucidity Boots, a Bomby Cinder, and a Tier. So, you know, it looks like likely going to be a tank build for Soul in this game, but we'll see what the Skarner is able to get done.
I certainly hope it's a tank build, but you know, yeah, I wouldn't put it past. Some people like to live on the edge. You know, that being said, Soul. Yeah, you're in the game now too, crewman. But that being said, I really do like to see Soul getting ahead, because although he won't be a damage dealer, if he can survive those all-ins, especially since Ash is fed, if this Skarner, I'm sorry, looks like action was starting, but nope, it's good. Like I was saying, if he gets ahead and gets some armor, then he can survive Ash's onslaught. And if he can survive Tortuga's onslaught and get that suppression onto multiple team members of Agni Kai, he can really turn around fights.
I'm going to land on a Ghost here. He's going to be putting up the Unbreakable, but not after eating most of his health bar. Has to flash away from that Crystal Arrow. It's nice marksmanship, from Tortuga, forcing out that Summoner spell. The Dragon will go over as the Braum is just going to get executed. Sox got in there with the Spirit Rush. The flash for the Encore gets it on into Gengar with the Spell Shield, though. Denies the CC, but the Impale is massive from Soul. Skarner comes in there and locks him up. The Ash is still alive, though. Able to get those arrows out. And Lilia's going to go down as well. And now Reaver, after taking out the Dragon, comes in with the Cyclone on a 2. Soul trying to get back underneath the turret. Will be able to do so. Warrior tricks her away. For Reaver will be able to also survive. Very close fight there in the mid lane, and it will still be Agni Kai winning out 3-2, but Soul, it looks really good there with the Skarner ultimate.
And crewman, that's exactly what he needs to keep doing. Those impales are game-changing, and yes, there is the ultimate onto Olaf. However, there are 2 super strong game-changing ultimates on the side of Goon Squad, Lilting Lullaby and the Impale. If they can manage to layer those CC chains over each other in team fights, if they can survive long enough to wait out the Olaf ultimate, I really do think there's a chance here, but the chance is so much harder when Ash is about a third into, I imagine, is going to be a Trinity Force.
Yeah. I mean, Ash is going to be a little bit more difficult to lock down, most likely, than some of those other targets, right? Tortuga's likely going to be playing at some good range here, and it can be tough to kind of get that Lilia dot on his Soul. Reaper's going to get discovered on the objective by the other Soul, who is actually looking for Tortuga instead. The Ash is in trouble, doesn't have Flash, is just going to get immediately taken down by the Lilia, and now that's going to be Finny pulled in as well, stunned into the wall. Seraphine's going to go down next. The Herald did get taken by Reaver, but he lost his bot lane to do it. I don't really know if that's a good trade for Agni Kai.
And you know, crewman, it's something I actually wasn't considering. Maybe Ashe isn't so safe around all these walls and these objectives, and they're playing on red side. They opted into this. They have to walk into the pit from these choke points. You know, and I want to say Soul's been on fire this game. He's just really turning around these fights, managed to support his jungler so that Necromancer's now 4-1-4. We talked about this in Champ Select. This champion, Lilia, needs to start her snowball early. She needs to hit the second item, and she's getting close to that breaking point where she becomes a menace to deal with.
Yeah. And the other thing that I'm noticing here is, remember in the last game, Warlock had 100% KP for like a ridiculously long time, right? Look who has 100% KP in this game. It's the Skarner.
Ooh, yeah.
306, the other top laner now, having a huge bounce back performance so far.
Let's see if he can keep it up. I really hope we can keep it up, make this a real series, get some wins on the board here for Goon Squad. You know, let's see. I mean, maybe he will be the Scorpion King.
Maybe. Well, I mean, that title is always going to belong to Mr. Captain Flowers, but it could be like a Scorpion regent, perhaps, or like a Duke of the Scorpion. Is gonna find the Impale, brings Warlock underneath the turret, is gonna force out that Ragnarok, and a lot of damage is gonna come through onto that Barbarian. The rock lands. Oh, Soul wants it. The Ghost is gonna come out next. Oh, the Scorpion's got this Olaf right where he wants him, and the Blast Code is gonna send the Olaf right into another rock from Soul. 4-0-6 now for the Scorpion, looking really good in this one.
Oh yeah, his name is Warlock, but he's getting cooked up right now, man. This is looking crazy. Imagine choosing a champion whose ult counters Skarner and still gets bopped. Gets told, nope, this is my lane now.
Really just didn't respect to go for the Impale there.
Yeah, you know, I wonder if that kill, we weren't sure what happened. I wonder if maybe Walk disrespected him early too, took a tower hit, and it's starting to bite him. Lilting Lullaby.
On a Tortuga, that is a prime target. The Glacial Fissure as well, they got him locked down. They got him taken out. The flash expended there as well for the Ashe. Did not save her. And now, once again, Goon Squad on the warpath. Good timing as well. 35 seconds till the Dragon. Tortuga will be back, but there should be good control over the area for GSG.
And this is a really good Dragon to have. If they can keep stacking these Infernals, they can make great use of Twisted Fate and Sivir's AoE abilities and put that burn onto a bunch of members on Agni Kai. Ironic, given they're the ones with the fire in their name. Still, the fire is being put under them. They're being pressured in a way they were not pressured the first game.
Absolutely, yeah. And I'm loving the thematic, metaphors we're going with here. You know, Warlock at his own cauldron, the fire underneath Agni Kai, and it's all lining up very nicely as the Infernal Dragon will go over. Infernal Soul, as you just said, though, it could be so impactful in this game.
Indeed, and a good Herald charge. I mean, the turret didn't go down, but you got what you could with it. I respect it. And there is a little bit of worry I have here. It's starting to look like what it did last game. Granted, Warlock's not on the Darius, where he was about 3 kills deep at this point last game. Still, he has his favor in the top lane. It's pushing. This is the position Warlock thrives in, this mid-game point where he can have agency to move around the map how he likes. So we got to see if having this item advantage in this priority advantage with levels for Soul is enough to catapult them to a point where they don't have to worry about Agni Kai's comeback ability. I'm not sure how it's going to play out.
Well, you know, Warlock is not playing Dr. Mundo still, so whether or not he's going to be able to go where he pleases, that remains to be seen. Is just going to be able to
that was well done, Truman.
Even the top lane for now. And it's down a full item right now on Soul Skarner, right? So the 1v1, you know, despite the fact that we consider Olaf to be a really good counter into the Skarner, yeah, he's not winning that side lane at the moment.
Crimin, I want to point out something really interesting here, actually. Really interesting from Finch, and I love this, actually. Look, he built a Shurelia's battle song and has the speed boots, so he's going to really negate Ash's volley slow and really negate the axe tosses. So that's huge. That's, with a rapid-fire cannon, should he build that later, that's going to be guaranteed stun card. And still, even without the extended range, that movement speed buff is going to really give an advantage for getting those stuns on lock, plus speed up the Skarner and the Lilia, and Lilia's already on steroids with her movement speed.
Yeah, definitely a good shout there, Stoat. And you have the Lilia for the AP damage as well, so you don't need a Twisted Fate for the consistent damage, you just need him for the stun card. And so I think that's a great point to make there, that Finch does seem to be itemizing towards that utility as well. Seems really nice.
It's beautiful to see, and I like to see. Oh, hold on, Finny.
We're okay.
Nope. Okay, that was looking a little dangerous there. Survives that ward encounter. we all know from our solo queue experience, the support warding in inopportune moments is some of the most frustrating parts of the game, but it's a necessary task. It's definitely a very unrespected role support is.
Yeah, certainly. Has seen quite a bit of disrespect in the past, the support role. But both of our supports this game, you know, feels like have been doing reasonably well. Ghost obviously was struggling a lot in the 2v2, but I think that's more due to the nature of the matchup, really, than anything that Ghost was doing wrong. And has had some really nice fishers, you know, down the stretch here as well to follow up on some of this other engage, really lock these targets down. Tortuga in particular, right? Feels like Ghost has been able to get his revenge in some of these fights.
Yeah, and that's going to be a huge ultimate coming out for the counter engage, because Wukong is really going to look for an angle to stick in these fights, and if he gets caught, hopefully before the fight, if you're Goon Squad, you can just say absolutely not and deny him outright. However, if he gets a good angle and Olaf is waiting in the wings, things can get really hairy.
All right, well,
looks like Socks
sorry. Yeah.
Doing what Socks does, but
Arrow in the mid lane.
Wow.
Oh, that's the sleep tagging onto Tortuga once again. But the encore's beautiful onto two. The counter engage from Agni defending their AD carry. Reaver maybe a little bit over aggressive, flashing underneath the turret like that. Will not go down. And it is Finch, the only casualty of that fight. And we have 30 seconds until the dragon spawn. Oh, never mind. Finch wasn't in that fight. He got killed by Socks in the side lane, right?
Yeah, you know, Finch, he's going to be up in time for this dragon. He still has his ultimate. Oh, no. It still should be fine.
He's tanky. He's good. He's good. He's defending
He's a tanky
turret.
boy.
Oh, Ghost.
And, I mean, Ghost...
Here.
Yeah, Ghost needs to be careful, man. He's got to go back. Dragon's coming up now. So, you know, he's got to get out of here. On top of... Okay, I'm sorry. There's going to be a stun card coming out. Maybe.
Here comes in. Socks is going to get stunned up by that gold card. Will be able to survive those. The tier 1 in mid will fall. That is an advantage for Agni Kai. They're not really able to keep the Goon Squad out of the river here, though. The Goon Squad can force their way in, but Ghost did not get off the reset. So the Braum is still extremely low, but Socks and Tortuga, the carries for Agni Kai, also on some suboptimal health bars. And everybody's feeling very hesitant to actually start this dragon right now. I like this from Goon Squad, getting that control over the mid wave. Gonna force the response out from Agni Kai, and then they should feel confident to try to gain some vision control in the river.
And this is going to be a proper reset. Pretty much all the ultimates are off except for...
Oh, Charm lands. They get the Scorpion before he can get into the wall. He does manage to get off the Impale onto Reaver, but the Wukong is able to go into the Warrior Trickster, create so much space. The Encore is good. They've locked up Gengar's Sivir, but oh my goodness, that's Warlock going so low in the front line. Sox has the Spirit Rush back again. Did they nerf Ari's ultimate? Doesn't look like they did. The kills are going to come through. The shutdown over to Sox's Ari. It's a huge teamfight win for Agni Kai. They get Soul Point and so much more.
Oh man, what a good time to fight Lilia's lilting lullaby. Well, speaking of Lilia. Okay, well, a little oopsie from Socks with Eyes. Gets 1v1 by the turret. Lilting Lullaby wasn't up that fight. That could have really flipped the whole script there, but they chose their fight properly. Agni Kai takes it, and this is a pivotal turning point. Now, 3 Drakes, Agni Kai on Soul Point. It's an Infernal Soul, so this is a big, big dragon to contest.
Yeah, I mean, that was so massive for Agni Kai. I think we really do have to commend the patience, honestly, from both sides. The fact that they really did. Both sides felt like they were being so careful about how they were trying to set up that fight. But in the end, it was just the team fighting strength of the Agni Kai composition is really what felt like pushed them over the edge to claim the victory in that one.
I agree, crewman, and it was really close. I mean, I gotta say, major respect to Soul. He bought as much time as he possibly could that fight, got an excellent impale. It just wasn't enough.
Yeah, it was the impale onto the Wukong, I believe, is who Soul managed to impale in that one, but they couldn't burst him down. And Soul Reaver had the Cyclone available again, so as soon as that suppression ended, Reaver was able to get directly into that back line and really create a lot of chaos. As there's something happening around this Baron Pit right now, so we're just trying to clear out some vision and being unsuccessful in that endeavor.
And I really like the 2 things I like on both sides. And to compliment Goon Squad's first, I want to say I really like their vision control. It's being contested now, but they had such oppressive vision control and still have priority over this Dragon Pit. And remember, they have the Shurelya's battle song, they have the Lilia, they have such good engage out of Fog of War. And now there's no ultimate for Sox's Eyes, but it's Ari. She'll have it back in no time. I also really like how they had Warlock sticking on the top side. This guy has teleport this time, but... Oh, I'm sorry, so the action was going to happen. He has teleport, but, you know, he's still Olaf, and if they don't have the vision control like they didn't have, he doesn't have the greatest way into a fight outside of a flank engage. It's not really the champion that just wants to run into you. He gets kited so hard. So I like what both teams were doing. They're really trying to play to their composition strengths, and surprisingly, no action going down. It was really tense, though.
Yeah, definitely. Very tense in this game right now. You know, Goon Squad, you can really feel how badly they want this win. I mean, they were so close last game as well. They had such a good position in that game, but Warlock just said no. And now, you know, if they lose this one as well, they're going to be up against match point.
And Finch waiting in the wings, but he doesn't have that much damage. I guess he's just going to stick around, see if Ari stays and farm safe. I like to see it. He's pretty close to getting that. Oh,
how safe is he really? Gets behind the minion wave, just barely. The burn damage. Oh my God, that damage. That was the Leandri's burn that took down the TF. And this time we did manage to watch the solo kill.
The devastating combo, Leandri's plus Malignance. It's getting burned, and don't forget the Infernal Drake. So that's tough. That's really tough, especially when that's going to set you back, or rather it's going to send Finch back from completing that rapid fire cannon. And when he has that, his team fight strength goes up tenfold. It's such an incredibly good item on Twisted Fate, and it's pivotal to get that extended range so he can get the stun lock with his gold card. And that's going to be such a strong setup. Up and just teasing Soul there and saying you can't back.
Colonel Soul
And they're gonna
40
have to be in a really tricky situation. Crewmen, this is Soul Point, and they have vision priority on Baron as well. They can choose to flip either objective.
Yeah, and this Twisted Fate does not have that all-important rapid fire cannon that you were just highlighting for us. Still waiting on that item completion. You know, Sivir still just at 2 items as well. Gonna pop the on the hunt here. Gonna try to close this distance. Already on the front line. Is gonna look to create some space for the rest of the team, but the Lilia Sleep is pretty good. Onto 2, onto the bot lane. Tortu is gonna get taken down right at the start of this one. That's a good start for the side of Goon Squad Gaming. Socks the thighs though, running rampant in the back line. Himself, the Spirit Rush comes out. Gengar going down so low. That's the concussive blows though from the prom. They lock down Socks Azari. He's not able to get the job done on the other side of the fight though. That is gonna be a double kill for Reaver's Wukong, but this time Warlock does not have the massive gold lead, and it's very close, very thin margins there, but it is going to be Goon Squad Gaming with the 4 for 3, and Soul's not done. Finds Reaver on the blue buff, is going to be able to chase down the Wukong. Oh, does the Scorpion have enough damage? The cooldowns for the Monkey, he has the W back. He's getting away from down the rock. Oh, is it enough? Not quite. The Wukong will live. The dragon will be denied.
That's huge. No soul for Agni Kai. And no threat of getting the Baron. In fact, now the shoe's on the other foot. Goon Squad has priority over this Baron now. And it's really the Soul show, right? He is just killing it, and I was a little scared. I'm not gonna lie, I was clenching, crewman. He missed the impale that last fight. That was kind of a scuffed engage from Goon Squad. They still managed to survive in the back line. It was that Gengar Ghost combo versus Socks to Thighs, managing to keep the Ahri at bay by the skin of his teeth. Man, that was such a close fight.
It was really, really close for sure. I mean, if Socks just landed like one more skill shot onto the Sivir, you know, Gengar gets taken down, and then, you know, maybe Warlock and Reaver can win out against the Skarner, right? But, oh man, it was just not going to happen that time around. But, I mean, it feels like this Agni Kai composition is just going to continue getting stronger in the team fights. I mean, Warlock has level 16 now. And I believe after taking down this tier 2 is going to have Sterex done in base as well. So this Olaf, you know, it was a much slower game this time around for Warlock, but he is going to be absolutely online now, as we do have Necromancer getting caught out a little bit in the jungle. Reaver going to get put to sleep though. In comes the Twisted Fate. Nice blast going to try to get the Wukong to safety, but it's not actually going to work out. The shutdown goes over to Necromancer, and now Tortuga's on the run, but the rest of the Goon Squad is on the chase. They're going to be able to take him down. Gengar gets the last hit. Warlock still pushing in the side lane. What is going to be the call here? Surely they have to send somebody to deal with Warlock. Looks like Twisted Fate is going back, but this inhibitor turret might be sacrificed. The rest of the team is onto the Baron. This should be a Baron for Goon Squad, as Reaver is down.
Yeah, and Finch is to be careful. You know, there's still ultimate ability on Warlock. He can just run through the gold card and kill him. Still, I think it's a great call. Send one back at the Baron. Doesn't matter if you're losing here, but
yeah. So Finny is going to get taken down by Skarner on the behind the pit, rather. And Sox is not really able to get anything done to stop the Baron from going over. Warlock will be able to get the inhibitor, but nothing more. And Goon Squad, they're coming back into this one. The Baron buff should give them prio over the map for when the next dragon spawns as well.
And the reason the bot inhibitor is not the biggest deal in the world is because the next objective to come up is the dragons, the same side of the map. You can just push it out, plus you have Baron-powered minions, so it's not the biggest deal in the world. And I gotta say, man, Soul and Finch did such work spacing out the rest of Agni Kai that fight, taking up so much real estate in mid lane, keeping Tortuga from getting into the fight, alternating who's playing defensive line on who. You saw Soul keep the Wukong and the Ahri at bay, and Tortuga zoned out by Finch's gold card.
Yeah. Finch now, of course, with the RFC done. And like this call from Goon Squad Gaming, they're pushing up the bot lane. This is where their inhibitor is down. If they can take the opponent's inhibitor in turn, that would neutralize the lane, but only going to get the tier 2 for now.
Yeah, and the start stage is a huge purchase. I mean, Walk Warlock's going to have survivability. However, I still think it's going to be tough because if the engages, if they can keep spacing these team fights out, separating Ashe and separating Seraphine from the rest of the team, these champions that don't have many ways of getting out of the CC heavy team of Goon Squad, you can layer CC such that Olaf will get caught eventually. So it's really a matter of how these team fights are played out. They just cannot be caught. And that is, Goon Squad cannot be caught in choke points. If Seraphine gets her ultimate off onto multiple members in a choke, it's more or less free fire for Ashe and for Socks to Thighs to shoot his Q and ult through multiple members of Goon Squads, that is.
We are going to need to see the Goon Squad choose their angles very carefully here. And for the side of Agni Kai, you know, Tortuga has really felt like their strongest member in this game, right? At least was off to the best start out of anybody on the team. And it feels like they're not really able to play around the Ashe very effectively in these team fights. The opponents keep getting on top of Tortuga, and they can't keep the Ashe alive long enough. Dragon is spawning now, 15 seconds.
It's Battle Song Pop.
Gonna find that gold card onto the Wukong, into the Warrior Trickster, though, creating a little bit of space with the Cyclone as well. As Wukong ultimate down, as the Lilia ultimate will come onto the Seraphine, who able to flash away, but Sock's gonna get CC'd up on the side, instantly dead. And now Baron is still on as well. It looks like the side of Goon Squad, they're not gonna push their lead any further in the mid lane. They'll just take the safe call of falling back to the Dragon and tying us up at 3 drags apiece.
That was huge. Soul playing defensive line, and the Socks to Thighs looking for a way to ult through the wall, maybe get a pick onto someone, gets denied. And looks like they're looking for more.
Well, that Swirl Seed's not going to connect, but Finch is there to cut off the escape path. Still Reaver trying to get to the other side of the blast zone, will be able to do so. Finch going down very low, but not going to fall. Necromancer on the chase, a volley for the slow. Swirl Seed this time will connect, but the Lilting Lullaby still on cooldown. And they have some super minions to deal with in the base. So Agni Kai will get the tier 2 in mid, and they will be able to get everybody out alive.
Yeah, that was... Wow, Finch... If Finch went down there, that could have been pretty bad. But all things working out for Agni Kai... for Goon Squad, rather, and... Soul? Okay, just gonna zoom out of there. And, I mean, this is definitely looking different from last game. It looks like Goon Squad is taking the advantages they had gotten, and they're really pulling it through without giving up much. They're not getting caught like they were last game, and credit to Agni Kai, they're not getting caught as well. It's really just Goon Squad playing these team fights immaculately for the most part.
Yeah, their target selection has been really good, and they've chosen the right moments as well. You were just talking earlier about how they have to choose where they fight and when they fight so carefully. Feels like they've been doing a really good job of that.
And a big part of that, crewman, is getting to places like objectives, getting to these choke points like that, warding early so that you don't get caught in these choke points. You have to beat them in the vision game. It's crucial. And it looks like they've been doing an excellent job of that, but there's something brewing here.
At the very least steal away a blue buff, but they're not going to be able to do so. Finch gets that one with the long-range card. And yeah, Agni Kai are just really struggling to find the angle that they need to set up their own fight.
Yes, sir. And I want to say a shout-outs to Ghost, who had such an incredible, his ultimate ability. Glacial. Okay, I'm not even going to try. Listen, he had an incredible R, and he knocked up 2 members, again, denying the Wukong. Like I said, if you deny the Wukong from landing his ultimate initially, it really lowers the value of the ultimate completely, and Wukong's one of those champions where he completely is built around his ultimate. Without that, he's not really doing much in these team fights.
Yeah, definitely the case. It feels like the last couple of Cyclones from Reaver have been Cyclones utilized in retreat, right? Defensive Cyclones to try to create space. And it's not ideally how you want to be utilizing that Wukong ultimate. So definitely props to Goon Squad for putting on the pressure there and kind of forcing that out. Oh, that's a charm that wanted to go. He does manage to jump back towards his jungler. Gonna be able to stay safe for now. Junk down pretty low though. Baron is alive.
goes through his best to try to preserve the one pink ward that kept the banana brush vision. But, Ashel just getting eaten by the spell shield. Okay, so Enchanted Crystal Arrow, not really getting much mileage this game. It's kind of been the story of it all. She might just want to start targeting a different person, but it's so hard. Who are we going to hit? Lilia, who has a spell shield, and Zanya's, or the Braum, who has his shield that can just deny it completely, or what, Skarner? Finch is really the only viable person to hit with that ultimate.
Yeah, it's definitely very difficult, as they have caught out the Skarner a little bit, but it's not really going to matter. Tortuga in trouble in the mid lane, has to try to get away from the Destiny Gate. Finch is going to have a lot of range on that gold card, but the CC comes out, and Finch gets taken down before he can get out the card. And now Gold is in trouble, is going to get taken down. Next, the CC comes through, next on the Necromancer. Soul's trying to be a distraction off on the side here, but they've already lost 2 goons, and the remainder have to get out of there before they lose even more. That bot lane inhibitor taking some damage from minions right now, as the side of Agni Kai, 5 members strong, turn towards the Baron.
That was a huge mistake from Finch. That may have cost them everything. They're going to have priority over the Dragon now. They're definitely getting this Baron. They have an inhibitor open in bot lane, and that was tough to watch. It was a great engage, a great angle. We saw what he was going for. It just didn't work out, and he ate so much CC without getting any of his own off that Finch just died without contributing anything to that fight. And they flat out lost because of it.
Did you actually lost the fight, I mean. Did you see what connected first onto the Twisted Fate? Was it Sox's Charm?
I believe it was Finny. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it was Sox's Charm and then Finny's ultimate to follow up, and that was it.
Yeah, that's all you need. I mean, DF dies pretty quick, you know, if you were able to CC him like that. So definitely it was nice timing on the CC, and a little bit of maybe too aggressive of a teleport location, as Sox has a Spear Rush, but it's not going to matter. The Ahri gets taken down now at the start of this fight, but Finch is going to get taken down next. It's that nice on the ult onto 2. That's going to be Necromancer able to get the kills onto the back line. Soul Reaver not quite able to get the job done. The Lilia goes golden, buys a little bit more time. Walk Warlock going to get taken down next. That's Inferno Soul. It's going to go over to the Goon squad, and this time around, they get the team fight win.
That was huge, crewman. Finch getting his revenge, getting the gold card onto Ahri. Soul with the hero play, saving that fight, taking Socks to Thighs out of the fight early. That's a person down, your carry down. And again, Wukong being denied entrance into the team fight, got his Cyclone off, but it was too late. It was already when 3 of your team members died.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they may just take the game here.
This is going to be it. It's still 8 seconds until Finny comes back, 9 seconds until Sox comes back. The Nexus turrets are already down, and we are all tied up, Stoke 1-1 in this best of 5. Goon squad with a huge bounce back here in game 2.
Man, you love to see it. Soul really, really putting the pedal to the metal there. Oh man, that guy absolutely said, "Walk Warlock, who's that?"
Seriously, yeah. And I'm pretty sure now we are going to see that Skarner ban back on the ban list for Agni Kai. I mean, it was banned away in game number 1. They left it up in the second draft so that they could ban away the Vi, Necromancer's Vi instead. But Necromancer still had a great game here on the Lilia. 9-3-8, had a lot of good ults in the team fights as well. And Soul on the Skarner was so huge.
Don't let the damage graphs really, or the damage numbers really keep you away from what was really happening in that game. Remember, Finch and Soul and Necromancer were mainly there to facilitate Gengar. Gengar, role reversing with Tortuga, started out slow and frankly behind, and then came back to be the hero. And Tortuga feeling a bit of that bite, getting early game advantage and not taking it the long way. In fact, getting murked every team fight he tried to contribute to.
Yeah, I mean, the side of the Goon squad did a great job of focusing the Ashe, it felt like, in the fights. And they were really kind of able to nip that in the bud, for the side of Agni Kai. That was where they were strongest early on in the game, like you say, but they weren't really able to play around it effectively. And Gengar on the Sivir, I mean, you don't pick Sivir for the early lane, right? They did struggle into the Ash Seraphine, but once we did get to the team fights, the spell shields were good, Gengar's positioning was good, and was, as we can see here, able to get out a whole bunch of damage.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, just really all around excellent team play. I really love to see how they didn't let that last loss get to them. They played with a lot less hesitation this game. They just kept pulling the trigger fight after fight without worrying about, are we going to flub this? No, just do it. Do it and commit.
Absolutely. Well, we do have 2 more games at least on the horizon after getting tied up here at 1-1. Who's our game 2 POG, Stoke?
I think it's Soul hands down.
I like it. I like it. Yeah, I mean, Gengar had a great game down the stretch here. Necromancer as well, I think, had a really solid performance for them in the jungle once again. But I think given what happened game 1 as well, given that additional context, I do really like giving the game 2 vote over to Soul. Feels well-deserved. And now we'll have to see. Goon Squad now with the momentum, and Agni Kai with the side selection once again. Will we see same sides again for game number 3? Or will Agni Kai decide to change things up? Don't go anywhere, guys. We will find out in just a moment. All right, guys, welcome back. Getting right into this third draft, and it does look like we're going to have the same sides once again. Goon Squad are very happy to stay on blue, and Agni Kai do stand by their preference of the red side.
Yeah, we saw the Skarner ban coming out real quick. Got to agree with that one.
Oh, yeah.
And also banning out Necromancer's Vi and still opting to say no one can play Urgot, respecting
So that
Soul's
means
Urgot potential.
the Zyra then has been left open this time. We'll see if that is going to be picked away by Goon Squad Gaming.
Yeah, and you know, okay, back to the Renekton. And brave, I mean, it's really brave to see Soul first picking, and now Mordekaiser. Oh, wow, it's going to be rough for Renekton. Oh, but he decides not to. Darius again?
Plenty of options for
Or
the
is he going to...
Warlock.
Warlock debating he's going to go weak side or strong side. No, they decide, in fact, just take the Omega carry Jinx.
You wanted a little bit
Pretty
more time
safe
to think
pick.
about it, I guess.
Yeah. I'm not sure about the first pick Renekton. I'm not really a big believer in that, but we'll see what Soul can do. I'm sure he's feeling pretty good about his last game. Xin Zhao, really good answer to Renekton.
Yeah, definitely.
And
The Xin Zhao, a good answer into the Renekton, you say?
yeah. His ultimate having the ability to just say, nope, you can't come here after Renekton slices and dices. He doesn't have much ability to get into the fight thereafter. Also, I like how Xin Zhao accomplishes much of what Wukong wants to accomplish in a team fight by going in and disrupting the backline, but it's a lot easier to do with Xin Zhao as opposed to Wukong. You know, he's just a much easier champion to execute mechanically. And it looks like Finch got his safe pick, his favorite Vex. A lot of time on that champion.
Yeah.
Got to see what the rest of Agni Kai pulls out before I can really comment on what I think about that.
I mean,
Oh,
of course,
boy.
we are going to see
That's
Ghost on the Rel once again as well. As the Cassio, the answer into the Vex. That is, what do we think about that matchup then?
Wow. In isolation, it's great for Cassiopeia. In team fights, it really depends on one, the rest of Goon Squad's composition, and two, whether Cassiopeia has, because of that composition, whether she has the agency to hold her ultimate for Vex. Because remember, Vex does have the fear, so can she get her ultimate off quick enough to bypass that, or survive the all-in long enough to get her ultimate off? And it also depends on what Agni Kai's composition looks like to say whether she can choose to try to target Cassiopeia, or if there's going to be a big wall of tanks or what have you that'll deny her ability to choose her target effectively. Banning out the Sivir and the Maokai, I like to see that. Maokai would be really strong in the Cassiopeia and Xin Zhao.
Yeah, clearly, one of these picks may have been illegal, so we do have the authorities on the way. So, we'll see what the deal is there. But Braum is going to be the option here on the R4s. We did see a couple of options removed from Warlock once again here, Darius and the Mordekaiser. And Braum feels like a pretty good pairing alongside the Jinx. Going to be able to protect the Jinx, make sure that she can hit in the team fights, and, sort of denies what Rel wants to do a little bit as well, right? I believe you can interrupt the jump with the Glacial Fissure. I believe that's how that works. And regardless, Braum does generally tend to do well in situations where people are trying to dive into him, right? Where he can get the passive stacking up on multiple people. Can be really powerful.
Yeah, okay, Nocturne. I actually like to see that. It's a way to say, okay, you bring Glacial Fissure, well, I neglect your vision and I jump in anyway. You can't stop the point and click. And it also gives Vex agency to come with a flank engage with her ultimate ability, because without vision, clearly it gets harder to do your job as Braum. And Vhagar, okay. That's a little confusing. It's interesting, though.
Yeah, it must mean that it is going to be the Vhagar bot lane. We do know that, the Goon Squad 80 carries, I'm completely blanking right now, does really enjoy these mages in the bot lane. And Gengar, thank you, production. And, Seraphine we saw earlier, this time around it is going to be the Rengar, or the Rengar, the Vagar instead. So, too many R's.
Yeah, no gangplanks in the game though.
True.
Yeah, okay, you guys can ban me for that. So, Dr. Mundo, I am not crazy about that pick. Yeah, I don't think it's bad. It's just they could just have a pick that's got a lot more. I would like to see more counter engage. You've got Vagar with his Event Horizon, and right now, Mundo has his Spell Shield, right? But he can go where he pleases to an extent. If you pop it, he can't really go where he pleases. And Vagar with I imagine he's going to go a lot of cooldown reduction, or I guess now it's ability haste. So if he has so much ability haste, he can get at least 2 or 3 Event Horizons in a single team fight. And Cassiopeia, Jinx, and Jin Zhao, Braum, they're not champions that can do much about Event Horizon. And Nocturne does not have to go in to start. They have a Rel Renekton. He can hold the ult for an opportune moment. So maybe a Malphite or a Braum, I'm sorry, wow, his name escapes me, Ornn. There we go. Ornn, someone with a hard engage from a distance like that would have been excellent into a Vex, Vagar, Nocturne. It really dictates when the fight starts on their terms.
Yeah, definitely the case. It does feel like, Wak Warlock doesn't really want to be put on tank duty, right? He, while maybe those options would have rounded out the composition a little bit more holistically, then I do think that the Mundo fits a little bit better with his playstyle, right? Where he's trying to be a threat in the side lane and sort of have an impact in that way. But it does mean that, maybe the Agni Kai are lacking a little bit in terms of the front line and the setup for their carries in the Jinx and the Cassio.
And that's what worries me, because I understand that Wak likes his side lane playstyle. It's been his identity, but the last game, it didn't work out well at all. And the first game, it worked out because of some fortuitous team fights, but it wasn't working out for a long time. So I'm wondering if this is the move, but who knows? I think a lot of priority here is going to be in the mid lane. If Cassiopeia can get snowballing early and she gets at Rylai's before people can really start stacking defensive stats, it's going to be super difficult to even walk into a team fight with her, especially with Jinx. Jinx is going to fire off with her Pow Pow, and that's going to make things all the more difficult with slows on top. It's almost like they traded roles in mid lane. This is essentially Soxathai's answer to the Swain pick from Finch. It's essentially a very similar come at me play style.
Yeah. Obviously, the Swain was available here in this draft, but neither mid lane are deciding to go for it this time around. It definitely does feel like some pretty clear stylistic differences, honestly, from the mid laners and also just from the compositions overall, where Agni Kai definitely, as they continue, as they have done all night, feel like they're drafting for team fight, right? They want these champions that can fight well together, with the possible, kind of wrinkle thrown in there of Wak Warlock doing his thing in the side lane. The rest of the team just looking for team fights. Whereas Goon Squad Gaming have come up with some really, honestly, interesting drafts, some really exciting drafts. And this one as well. It's once again playing for picks, right? You have Vex Nocturne to try to catch people out in side lanes to try and make this engage happen from very long range. And again, they're maybe a little bit heavy on the magic damage with the mage in the bot lane carry position once again, but I do like what they've put together here overall.
I do like it as well, Crewman, and I think your points are very much valid. The idea of an all-in long-range engage, it's fitting into their identity this whole series, which is Wak likes to play the split push. Well, we like champions that can take the tempo from you split pushing walk and say, nope, we're going to engage when you're off doing your own thing. And we saw last game Walk was forced to take the teleport to respond to that. It didn't really pan out. And I think Agni Kai's maybe banking on the late game this time because their team scales so hard in the late game. I mean, good luck fighting a Jinx, Jin, Wukong, and Cassiopeia, post 30 minutes with 3 to 4 items, right? So I also am a bit worried because while Goon Squad Gaming's comp is very interesting and frankly, I love it and would especially love this, is this where, let's say, an LPL or LCK team, we are still in Blue Water Plat, and I'm worried about how difficult it is to execute this composition. However, we did see a lot of patience last game, so maybe Goon Squad has what it takes to execute this composition such that it is effective.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Obviously the top lane has been a huge battle in this series so far as well, so that's a whole other conversation. But let's just get into predictions here, Stoat. Overall, where are you leaning with these drafts? Definitely some clear strengths on either side. Goon Squad now with the momentum, but Agni Kai sticking to their guns. What do you think is going to happen here in this game number 3?
I'm thinking if Goon Squad can secure the first 10 minutes of the game and they don't take any weird fights or get picked off, they can really handily win this game just because their composition is so powerful when they get rolling. And it's so tricky to deal with because you just can't walk around any river or choke point ever if the other team, if Goon Squad has priority. You have Veigar Event Horizon. You have Nocturne's ultimate ability turning down the lights on everyone. They can't see where they're going. And Renekton flanks from choke points is going to be devastating with the Event Horizon corralling everyone for him, which is kind of what they were missing in the first game when they had Renekton. So I think if the execution's there, Goon Squad's comp is stronger. If the execution is not there, rather, I think Agni Kai can take this to late game where they will just win the war of attrition.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll have to see, guys. Goon Squad, they've honestly had some pretty solid early games in both of the two previous games that we've seen. We'll see if they can keep it up or if Agni Kai are going to bring us to another, 45, 50-minute banger where they do in the end come out on top. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with game number 3. right, everybody, welcome back onto the Rift for our third game of the night. Goon Squad able to tie us up here 1-1. And once again, they have a pretty fun draft for this next one.
They do indeed, and it was said in Champ Select, it really hinges on how well they can execute this coordination between Nocturne, Vex, and Renekton. You know, relatively easy for Veigar to just, Mundo's just going to get auto-attacked a little bit. I can't imagine this is a death, right?
He pleased to go into the enemy jungle there. And that is going to cost him his Ghost Summoner spell. But that's all, I'm sure, all according to plan for the Doctor.
I have to hope so, because it's dangerous to be a Mundo against Renekton with no Summoner escape. Especially when Nocturne is a jungler, you know. Thing about Nocturne jungle, people say, yeah, 6 is really when he ganks, but he has a really strong CC ability with his tether, his Terrify, so if he gets that down with Renekton with his point and click stun, that's a guaranteed death. He doesn't have a way out.
Yeah, that is really the question, right? Is the Nocturne going to be able to get on top of you to tether the fear? So that is, you know, much easier for him to do once he does have access to the ultimate ability. And in the 1v1, Warlock should be relatively comfortable, you know, because of course the Renekton only does have the one bit of CC, and Mundo doesn't really care about singular bits of CC. So Warlock should be able to farm it out relatively comfortably up there, despite the lack of the Ghost. He's going to lose out on that level 2. So Soul with early pressure in the lane, at the very least.
Yeah, and I will say, in terms of skin coordination, I think Goon Squad is winning that out. A lot of pink chromas on the map.
Yeah,
on a more serious note.
Nocturne? Is it the new skin? To match the Vex?
Is it? Ooh.
That's the new
I didn't
Nocturne
catch
skin,
that.
right? The MSI themed skin is the Empyrean Nocturne. That's anyway, go back to it.
Oh, well, honestly, that's a much more important point, and I'm hoping we'll get to see him soon. Clarify the skin details. Going no skin shirts for this Cassiopeia, so that's a big confidence move. But in all seriousness, about the game, I mean, Veigar's just going to get pushed in. Honestly, pretty impressed at how well he's farming. Here we go.
Get on top of this Mundo, no Ghost. Yeah, Warlock in trouble as the Nocturne flashes forward for the Fear Tether, and that is going to be the first blood. Soul picks it up on the Renekton.
Yeah, and perhaps a Scuttle Crab with it to boot. Yep, no jungler on that side of the map, no mid laner. That's a free crab. May even be feeling like he can contest the second crab, and no, he is not going to have time. That was exactly what I was scared of was going to happen.
Yeah.
And yeah, Mundo early game, I mean, he's a tank, but he's not a tanky yet. So I'm a little afraid if he keeps getting repeat ganked, which I imagine is fairly likely. Veigar, I mean, Veigar is a really good setup post 6 with Nocturne, right? But as of right now, he's not really going to do much.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, there you go. Just walk away.
For sure. Walking, very strong in League of Legends. And Gengar and Ghost able to utilize that very effectively.
Yeah, and Veigar just... His Event Horizon is so good at denying ganks.
Oh, Soul Gold
And
slice
now-
and nice forwards. Not gonna go too much.
I will say, crewman, this game is already more tame than the last couple.
Yeah, I mean, and as we mentioned, you know, briefly in the drafting phase there, Goon Squad have had some pretty nice early game. And, you know, they do obviously have that first blood under their belt already, once again here, as that is actually going to get the stun. Warlock didn't have his spell shield active there. He's going to have to burn the Ghost again immediately after getting it back off cooldown.
Wow. And Warlock up 3 CS, but getting bullied out of lane consistently here. And Finch putting some pressure on the mid lane too, bringing Cass down to half health. Dragon is up. I wonder if they're going to go for the same strategy. Play for the early game grubs has been working out well for Goon Squad up to this point, so I can imagine they're going to keep doing the same. If it ain't broke, crewman, don't fix it.
Yeah, generally a good way to play. You know, just do whatever's working for you. Should be the call here, I think, for Goon Squad. Although, of course, Reaver is also in the area. Is going to hope to give a little bit of a contest this time around. Does have mid prio as well, as we see. Okay. That was
wow.
kill underneath the turret.
Dominus, living up to his name, dominating that lane. He just soloed him under his own turret.
Yeah.
That is no bueno.
Level 6 advantage, right? Warlock did not have that level 6 available yet. So Soul, realizing that he was much stronger, able to get in there. And that's actually something else that I did want to mention, Stoke, is the fact that, you know, obviously game 1, I think we're good down here, yeah. Game 1, the Renekton did struggle quite a bit into Warlock's Darius, but the Renekton is a really good pick for Soul here, for Goon Squad Gaming. You know, did pull it out in game number 1 last week against Conduit View Mad, and was 18-2-13 in that game, Soul on the Renekton. So,
wow.
Looking for another one of those performances, it seems.
Given how he's been playing, I can see that happening. I mean, that is one, that's an insane record, just off the cuff. And secondly, wow, okay, Dragon, yeah, pretty much a repeat of the last few games, with first Drake going over to Agni Kai, first Scrubs going over to Goon Squad. I do think, I mean, yeah, Warlock, Darius is one thing, but you're not playing the strong side. This is a position he hasn't been in the series yet. And getting sliced and diced again, it's a nice trade.
The maximum dosage is going to be utilized by Warlock here, just really desperately trying to get this minion wave shoved in, but the ultimate's worn off now, and has a feeling, you know, wasn't sure if Soul had the Dominus available just yet. We know that it was still a few seconds off cooldown, but there's a lot of respect shown there by Warlock, backing away as soon as his own ultimate timed out.
It shows you how scared Walk is for his life right now, and crewman, I mean, that was without full Fury Bar on Renekton, so Soul feeling really good in this lane, feeling comfortable. I'm scared for Walk for these next few minutes until he can get a first armor item under his belt. He's not going to have an easy time in this lane. And in fact, he could get Dove again. He's got no ultimate. He's fairly low, and Renekton's sitting pretty with a full Fury Bar.
Yeah, and we have to give so much credit to Soul, right? Because not only was Warlock considered by many to be the best top laner in the league, but also Soul blind picked both this game and last game. His pick was B1, and, you know, just said, guys, don't worry about it. I'm just going to pick some comfort for myself in top lane, and then we'll just go from there, and has been a huge difference maker for the team, despite not getting any resources in the draft. I mean, I guess you could argue that priority pick is a kind of resources, but usually top laners want to pick as late as possible, right?
Yeah, genuinely speaking, they do, and crewman, you gotta... It's a bit of poetic justice in a way, because if you remember in Champ Select during Game 2, Walk was hovering that Malphite, which we can only presume, again, it's a presumption, that it was a sort of disrespect to Soul after crushing him the last game.
Paranoia into the mid lane. That's going to be the flash away. Shadow Surge still connects, though. Oh, that should be the fear. Oh, didn't have the fear charged up, actually, for Finch, but the flash engage from Ghost is going to lock down that Snake Lady, and honestly, a well-deserved last hit for the Rel.
And that's the sort of coordination that you got to see with this comp. You saw they didn't all go in at the same time. They blew their abilities, waited for Cass to turn, and when she didn't, you keep going in one by one. And I mean, she can't do anything about it. She can't CC all of you if you're not all there to be CC'd.
True. Yeah.
So I like to see that.
That's a great point, Stoke. Even if Sox had gone for the Petrifying Gaze, would not have been able to lock down every single member. You know, the Rel still would have been able to get in there for that additional CC and allow the kill to come through. So really nice layering there from Goon Squad. You know, you were talking about how the execution on this composition is going to be so critical. They have to time their abilities correctly, and looking good so far.
Gotta agree. It's looking really good. All around the map looking good. You know, Vagar's where he wants to be. It's not a lane he's expecting to get a kill early, but he's keeping up with Jinx, who is a much easier time farming. You've got the mid lane Vex, who, I mean, granted, yeah, she's down 30 CS. That's pretty substantial. Still,
good, yeah.
at least getting some priority with that kill. And top side speaks for itself.
It does indeed. Yeah, it's been a great game for Soul so far, but now we are going to see Warlock move over, join up with the rest of the team. They've got 4 men here to try to secure this second batch of grubs, but the Dominus pop. Soul comes in over the wall, locks up Reaver. There is that positive interaction for the Xin Zhao, though. Pops the Crescent Guard, gets that scary Crocodile away, goes back in now. Oh, I didn't quite see who got that grub. It's going to be Finny who goes down first in the fight, though. Ghost also going down pretty low. Super Mega Death Rocket connecting from long range. A little bit of extra help might be exactly what they needed, but no, it's Soul comes in there on the big old Crocodile, once again able to finish off the enemy mid laner. A very close fight here in the top side. Overall, in the end, it is going to be the side of Goon Squad winning out. They got 2 there, I believe, only 1 for Agni Kai.
Yeah, and I mean, I gotta say, although the fight may not have gone in their favor, they didn't get that last grub, and I'm not sure who got the first grub either. I do really like seeing the coordination from the mid jungle. They are on point with their ultimates. So if that is how they're going to continue. Okay, so production, this is Goon Squad got, I'm sorry, how many grubs?
There's 4 grubs. You can see it up there on the top of the screen in the middle of the scoreboard. 4 grubs for the Goon Squad and 2 for Agni Kai. So the 1 Twitch chatter will be spawning in on the side of Goon Squad. They did manage to get to that critical. What was the point you were making, Stowe?
Oh, no, I mean, if the mid jungle keep playing with their ultimates that way, these fights are going to be so hard to navigate for Agni Kai.
Indeed. Yeah,
again,
that is what we've been
Xin
seeing.
Zhao is not the most, he's not the tankiest member on their team, and he's not exactly a tank to begin with. And now, setting up for the dragon here.
He's good at creating space, but if you manage to focus him down, he does not live for very long. It's true. As you say, we do see the side of Agni Kai trying to gain some control here in the river, as they like to do, and it looks like they are going to be successful this time around. We do see the rest of these Goon Squad members moving back over to the mid lane, not going to contest for this particular dragon. Not really able to get too much done in mid either, though. 1 blade, but the engage comes through. Flashing forward is Finn. He finds the Glacial Fissure onto 2. The lockdown onto the Nocturne comes first, and now Soul comes in, tries to turn it around, but he's petrified by the Cassio, locked up by the Miasma, and the shutdown going over to Sox.
Oh, no, and that was a bit sad. It was a good idea. Back off. Vagar was around half health, and just not respecting the dragon ending and being taken, and not respecting Agni Kai's ability to collapse in the mid lane. So unfortunate. These are the kinds of mistakes that can lose you the game. Remember, there's a ticking time bomb on this game right now. The side of Agni Kai scales so well into late game. But good at Agni Kai for catching that and collapsing onto this really immobile jungler. You know, Necromancer is playing... Champion is not known for his mobility outside of one.
Fox is going to turn this one around. The Mistral Bolt, not enough. The Paranoia comes in, though. It will be a trade. 1 for 1 here in the mid lane as Necromancer comes in to finish what Finch started.
Yeah, Finch is having it rough this game. He's down 20 CS, down 3 kills. And this is what in Champ Selects, we were talking about in draft. It was this Cassiopeia. It's really the mid lane. If she gets ahead, it's going to be so hard to walk into her. She's got her Rod of Ages completed already, building into her Seraph's Embrace, and soon going to have that Rylai's, and that will be a very difficult champion to walk into. In fact, I mean, she might even opt for the Rylai's early if she's feeling it. She could, and I think that would be very beneficial, frankly.
Warlock and Reaver trying to take down Shelly here. Necromancer moving into contest, though, and that is a big Crocodile who's popped the Dominus. Is coming in trying to take some names. Reaver going down low is going to get taken down first. Necromancer so low as well, though, and Socks on the flank comes in to finish off the enemy jungler. Herald on a blinking health bar will be the last to fall between the two junglers. Shelly going down third, and that is going to go into the pockets of Agni, Kai, and of course it's Warlock who retains the eye.
Man, and Agni Kai has been doing so well at collapsing on these fights. They're just not giving Goon squads any room to breathe. They're not giving them any time to take these objectives or lay down vision. I like to see it because in the last few games, we really saw Ghost doing work, getting the roam advantage, but it hasn't been the case this game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that was just a really nice move from Socks. Teleported in for the play, came in on a great angle there to get the cleanup on that fight. And just the fact that it was the Cassio that got that huge shutdown on the Renekton a little while ago as well was so big. I mean, we can see how huge this Cassio is now. Paranoia coming in, though. They are going to find the lockdown. No, the flash away keeps Tortuga alive. And now Finny is going to get feared up, but should be able to stand behind the Jinx, you imagine, as he was getting out so much damage right now. They didn't finish off Tortuga before. Gengar will be able to get that one last baleful strike as Soul was getting a little bit worried for the bot lane there. Teleported in for the play, but I don't know if the Renekton's going to be able to offer too much here as Reaver is actually going to go in. This might be an opportunity for Soul to get something done. Flashes in. The slice locks down Socks. The Cassio's in trouble. Is going to get taken down. Oh, the shutdown does go over to the Rel, though. And now Tortuga's looking to clean him up. He's excited. The flash away, though. And Necromancer flashes back in. The damage is there for the Goon squad. Jungler takes down the enemy carry. But now Soul could be in trouble as Warlock now is teleported in. It's going to be the top laners 1v1ing for now. It's another teleport. This time it's Finch who's going to be arriving. Warlock is going to get hit by the Shadow Surge. The fear comes through. The Mundo has got the health regen. Is it enough to get him back underneath the turret? It looks like, oh, the answer is going to be yes. Finny comes in with the shield. Oh, careful though, Finny. You don't want to overchase on this one. And now finally, we're going to back away.
Wow, and that was a fight of inches, truly. It started off with the Veigar. You know, it was Gengar having a great Event Horizon, keeping Jinx stuck. And that was brilliant to see. This is exactly what you want to do on this champion. Jinx is so immobile, still manages to survive. And that would have been such a different fight if Jinx had managed to get the kill off of on Ghost, living barely, the Rel flashing to safety, and then getting completely destroyed by Soul and Necromancer. And I think that fight would have gone totally differently had she gotten that last kill, that double. I mean, man, that was, again, just a battle of inches. And that late TP, Warlock looking lost this game, not really doing anything with that TP, wasn't going to achieve much. You're playing Mundo. You can't really just do damage, right? You're just going to throw your wet noodle at people, essentially. Cleaver's not doing much work, but I guess he felt he had to do something. May have been better off split pushing and getting a little more gold in his pocket.
Really big for Agni. Remember, they have the scaling grab, but getting engaged on by the Rel. The Magnet Storm is pretty going on stupid. Look at Tortuga on the backline. Is safe for now, but in comes the Nocturne. But the Baron is a huge fear from the Vex. Oh, Shadow Surge gets the fear on a 3. Finch reconnecting now. The resets on the ultimate come through. A critical stand for Goon Squad Gaming. They are able to make it happen. They clean up in the team fight, and they will stop the stacking.
Jeez, man. Finch and Necromancer, this mid jungle doing work. They're just in sync every fight. There was nothing that could be done there. You got feared again. What are you going to do? You can't. You're just going to stand there, take auto attacks, take damage, and get killed. And again, Warlock looking lost. He can't contribute anything. You're playing Mundo. You can't CC anyone. You can slow them a little bit. You know, it's looking really tough for these fights. And it's really a question of Agni Kai can even get to late game. Xin Zhao struggling to complete his first item. Meanwhile, Necromancer sitting pretty, has 1.5, almost has his components ready for the last half of what that second item's going to be. I wonder. I'm actually not sure what he's going to go for. To be completely transparent, Crewman, you imagine it's what?
the Maw of Malmortius. You know, it builds out of the Hex Drinker, of course, and did get buffed on this patch. Gets
Okay.
ability haste now, Omni Vamp. Pretty good, I would say.
All right, that would be a great item into the cast. I don't think you really have to worry too much about Jinx at this stage. So, great shout out, crewmen. And speaking of ahead, this cast is still pretty far ahead. Actually, not going for Rylai's third. It seems going for Leandri's. Not opting for the slow.
Yeah. It's the Haunted Guise does build into a couple of different items. I forget exactly what all it does build into, but yeah, probably going to be the Leandri's is you know, maybe the most likely option for Sox with that pickup. We'll just have to see here, as the Cassio is still extremely strong. You know, you were talking about, you know, items in the jungle position. That is really where the biggest difference does lie, is in that mid lane. You know, 2.5 versus 1.5 only for Finch, who, you know, honestly, I feel like has been having a pretty good game on the Vex, just not really been getting any of these last hits.
Yeah, I mean, although Finch was kind of struggling in the laning phase, he's really showing up in these fights. And I think that's where it counts. I mean, that's where this champion's strength lies. And to your, you know, like you said, crewman, he is doing major work. Don't let the score count draw your attention away from how much work he's doing in these team fights. And it's only going to get harder from here. I think especially because Xin Zhao is your main deep damage dealer. He's got to prime these targets along with Cassiopeia to get Tortuga to the point where he can reset. But if he can't survive, Socks to Thighs can't just stick around the fight. He's not gonna survive. He gets tapped and he dies. You know, I'm sure the shield helps with the Seraph's Embrace, but it's just a shield, right? It's not going to give him defensive stats that are going to last. And especially when Soul is on top of you with an Eclipse.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage
And
for sure.
actually, I'm sorry, he's got the health cut too. He's saying Mundo will not be a factor this game.
Yeah, I think that's pretty intelligent for Soul to go for that early Executioners, deny some of that healing. It's obviously the main reason that Mundo can even be considered a tank, right? Is he doesn't have like innate the Magnet Storm in the mid lane. Paranoia comes out, could be Tortuga in trouble once again, trying to get underneath the turret, but there's just too much damage. That is going to be the kill going over to Gengar's Vex. Finny at least will be able to survive, but could not keep the AD carry safe. Baron is alive here. How aggressive does Goon Squad want to play this?
Yeah, I'm impressed at their ability to pull the trigger. They just found an angle and executed. You know, I really like how Goon Squad's been playing to their identity this whole series. And first game, a little shaky. The last two games, I mean, these games have been looking progressively better and better from this team. They're leveling up in the series. You know, I know in the beginning you mentioned it was 0-2 and 2-0. They seem to be a team of extremes, but they're looking to shake that up tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did also mention, you know, that this was the one opponent where they had actually gone the distance, right? It does feel like these two teams are very closely matched, you know, as evidenced by the standings at the end of the regular season, you know, 4th versus 5th here. And that is definitely delivering. We have a nice close match on our hands.
We do indeed, and I love to see it. Now, these things are going to heat up in this Dragon Pit. I'm a little scared for Agni Kai, all things being equal here. I'm really scared for them because look at the positioning. We've got Vex going to be pushing into bot lane. It's going to go into her advantage. You're not going to have much vision of where she is now. And they are, unfortunately, a little out of position, actually, though. So they gave up a lot of priority there.
Yeah, they are going to move up now as a team. Dragon has been started up by Agni Kai. Remember, they have the stronger scaling draft. They can keep stacking dragons. That's so good for them. The flip back onto the Xin Zhao. The Paranoia getting utilized now. They do find the double fear into the backline. Once again, they assassinate Tortuga. The entire team is trying to play around this Jinx, but they just cannot, for the life of themselves, keep Tortuga alive. Gets assassinated once again. Sock's gonna get taken down as well, and now it's just Warlock who's left here, scratching his head, wondering where it all went wrong. What's the diagnosis, Doctor? It's not looking good.
Yeah, the diagnosis is just team diff. Frankly, there's so much great execution, and Tortuga can't do anything about it. He's playing an immobile carry, and yeah, you've got Braum, but what's Braum gonna do when he's CC'd with 2 fears? I mean, you can't do anything. So I'm looking, honestly, if they keep playing this game this way, this is looking like a shutout. You know, I just don't see much of a way in, unless I would say this is really Goon Squad's game to throw. Speaking of throwing, Warlock getting caught.
He wanted that tier 1 in the mid lane. Does have Finny to come in to stand beside him. Gusset Bulls are going to get stacked up on the rel, but the Event Horizon is going to peel any further aggression that was going to come through there from Agni Kai. Get the support out to safety. It really does feel to me, Stoat, like Goon Squad have kind of identified a potential weakness in the armor here for Agni Kai. You know, we talked a lot about how these solo lanes for Kai are so strong, right? Warlock and Sox have been such strong performers all season long, but it feels like they don't really know necessarily how to play around their bot lane, how to play these front-to-back team fights out cleanly. Maybe they've been getting by up till now with just like getting big leads and kind of running over their opponents just because of how strong the solo laners are. But with these compositions that Goon Squad are drafting, it's like heavy dive, it's these pick compositions where they're just trying to take out these priority targets, and it feels like Agni Kai just don't really have the answers.
I agree with you completely, Crewman, and it's tough because you want to see Jinx have some agency, and you just see she can't. And I think the real issue they identified is don't let Warlock scale up. Make sure that his playstyle is the reason you lose. Be the Bane. If you can't split push effectively and the bot side isn't as strong as yours, Goon Squad can just completely run over them, destroy their backline, and they have been the past 2 games.
Gage on the Soul Reaver, that's a pretty good Crescent Guard to create some space. Shadow Surge is going to connect. Vex is not going to go in for that one. That would just be a suicide surge, so we're not going to do that.
No, and that's kind of been the name of the game, is patience. I think the last 2 games, and this game especially, Goon Squad has been playing so patiently. They know they have the upper hand by a significant margin. 3 items on Nocturne. Just wait for the opportune moment to assassinate. Don't press your R just because you see an angle that could be.
Warlock trying to move forward here, trying to put on some pressure. There was we just saw some minions killing a turret. I'm not entirely sure which turret that was. Ghost potentially in trouble, but a nice Event Horizon on it too. So much damage as the Jinx ultimate connecting onto the Rel, who does manage to get the W back off cooldown, gets back towards the turn. The Event Horizon once again, but they can't keep the support alive. Is this going to be what Agni Kai were looking for? It's Dr. Mundo gets the double kill underneath the turret. Warlock finally getting something done. You were looking for him to get something done all game, Stoat, and finally he has done it.
He has, and could this be the game, like the Darius game, where he was shut out early and then came back strong? Perhaps. I'm not looking too hopeful. I think, they got rid of the Veigar, they got rid of the Rel, but I don't think it's the biggest deal in the world, and we're about to see why.
Be able to find Jinx once again. That's a nice flash away, but the Shadow Surge had already connected, and Finch waited until after the flash to go in with some low health bars, though, as the Nocturne has been traded back for getting that kill onto the Jinx, and now Soul is trapped in the middle of all of these Agni Kai members. Gusset Blow is going to get stacked up, and the Renekton's going to get shut down. Finch, the last survivor. We do have Veigar and Rel returning from base, but Finch, though, is in a very dangerous position. Oh, that was very cute, using the Blast Cone that Dr. Mundo was immune to create that extra space. Instead of Fear locked and loaded here, but the Seraph Shield keeping Sox relatively healthy for now, and Finch still on the wrong side of town, but does have an avenue now to get out to safety. Nicely done by the Goon mid laner.
Yeah, it wasn't such a big deal to catch out the bot lane because Gengar and Ghost are playing more supportive. I know that sounds... Okay, Finch should be fine. Yeah, Finch is fine. And, you know, yeah, he's Vagar, right? He can burst, but he's not the primary DPS. He's there to support the assassin mid jungle and do his work in an instant and back off. And, you know, he's not even that fed. You have a 7-3-8 Nocturne to do it. And that just gives free reign to the mid jungle to do as they please. And they did.
Now
Finch
is in
is
trouble
gone.
here. We were looking for a creative angle. We do get a lot of damage. The Paranoia, big takedown Tortuga. Finch flashes away. Finch is still alive, and Walk Warlock's going to chase him down. The Mundo surely is going to be able to take down the Vex. Yes, is able to do it. Let's look at the other side of the fight, though. Finny with a decent glacial Fisher onto 2. Gengar now is going gold, trying to buy a little bit more time. Or Vagar is going to get taken down next. Necromancer tries to get in here, but that's a Mundo that you just found. You can't fight him. Soul, on the other hand, is going to be able to take down Sox before falling to the turret and to Finny. So a very close, chaotic fight once again. This time around, though, Agni Kai went out 3 for 2. They lost both of their carries, but they still have their jungler, which should mean they get themselves to Ocean Soul Point.
And that was great on Agni Kai to catch. However, it doesn't bode well when you can catch Finch as Vex in such a bad position and still come out close in a fight. Still, if they keep making mistakes like this, you're giving Agni Kai a window to come back into this game. This is the second mistake in a row that ended in objective being taken from them. So they need to start playing more carefully like they were earlier in this game. They're still in a winning position. They still have Vagar, who's getting close to a third item. Jinx has not gotten her third item yet, though she's very close. And Xin Zhao will catch up. He doesn't need more than a third item to really be relevant. Mundo is online as a tank now. So again, it's a ticking time bomb on this team. They need to look to close out this game soon. They really need to pressure a good Baron fight and get this game ended.
Yeah, it is getting pretty dire. You know, we are getting to that point where this Agni Kai composition is going to be so difficult for them to deal with. It's like, even if you do take out one of the carries, like, odds are you don't get both of them. And Sox, we can see now, is on 4 items. This Casio is just monstrous right now. Jinx quickly closing in on her third, despite getting focused in every single fight. You know, they're going to have to keep doing that, honestly, or Tortuga just takes one fight, right? That's why Jinx is so scary, why she's so prevalent in the meta right now, is because it doesn't even matter how far she gets behind. If she gets excited in one of these fights, that can just decide the game.
Yeah, nothing feels worse like getting punished for your teammates' mistakes, and Jinx's get excited passive is just that. It's you make a mistake as Finch and everyone suffers for it. Still, can she survive these fights? That's to be seen. The onus is on Goon Squad to start these fights. And they have, I mean, that's a good position to be in. When you're at a team who can start the fight and you're still ahead in terms of items and damage, feels pretty good. But like you said, Crewman, should the fight turn around, it's more or less over.
What is that? That's like 6,000 plus HP for Walk Warlock on this Mundo. Would you say that 639 is a lot of stacks on Heartsteel? Is that large? Oh, no. That was a Magnet Storm.
That's a big cooldown. Nocturne's Paranoia down. It's going to be tough to play around Baron now.
Feels like maybe Goon Squad are getting a little bit nervous. They're feeling this game start to slip away from them.
And this is what really did that was what I'm doing the first game too, a little antsy, and I don't know, they can't really contest this Baron. They don't have Nocturne's ultimate. They're going to have really creative angles to fight this.
Yeah, they don't even really have any blue trinkets to speak of. That is going to be Ghost trying to get in there to face check and get taken down. They do take down Sox, though, as as the Primordial Burst from the Vagars did so much damage. Warlock on the front line here, trying to create the space. Necromancer is going to get taken down. There's that excited Jinx that we called out earlier on. Tortuga now finally can step forward and look to clean this one up. So with the Blast Cone, and the stun did come through it. The Jinx ultimate already on cooldown, but they're not going to need it to take down this Vagar. It's a 4-for-1 team fight. Agni Kai on top once again. They're going to get the Baron, and now they are the ones in the driver's seat.
This game totally flipped on its head. Agni Kai picking up all the throws, catching them, and throwing it right in Goon Squad's faces. This is exactly where they want to be. And now they're in control. They're on Soul Point. They have the Baron. They have the scaling late game team. And Cassiopeia has just completed Rylai's, or not just completed rather, but she has it. And that's huge. You can't even walk up to this team anymore. And she's not so vulnerable to death. In fact, she's 1v1ing the Renekton.
She sure is. She has 2 levels on him, and, Tortuga was mostly just there for moral support, but you know what? The Jinx was, kind of bullied a lot earlier on. Definitely didn't get to participate as much as she would have liked to, so giving that kill over to Tortuga, I think, is pretty worthwhile.
And man, you hate to see it because they were executing the composition so well. Goon Squad had their number, but now it's just, it's questionable. They are clearly a little phased. At this point, I really don't know what they can do. They have to look for picks. That's really all you can do. You get a good pick, and if you can't, well, then you're done.
They are out of time, Stoat. This is Ocean Soul that is about to go over. And level 18 Dr. Mundo with 7,000 health and Ocean Soul. Yeah, good luck.
Yep, and I mean, I don't think you're going to really catch Jinx without a team member nearby.
Here's the Doctor. He's in there. Look at him go. He's got a big old chonker of a health bar on him. Ghost is looking to be the first one to get taken down. Warlock will be the one to pick it up. The excited Jinx gets the next onto the Veigar. They're pushing down mid lane. Now they've still got the Baron on, for I'm not sure how much longer, but should be long enough.
Man, this is... Yep, I think there's really not much else to talk about here, right? It's just they're going to split, they're going to get their turrets, and they're going to close out the game. I mean, maybe not this push, might take a few more minutes, but yeah, this game... It's really sad if you're Goon Squad. You were almost on game match point here, right? And you're just seeing your win slip out of your hands.
Yeah, it is a little bit disappointing for them for sure, but I think on the bright side, it does feel like they have found something, right? There's definitely something here that they've been able to capitalize on, whether it's really like the strength of Goon Squad or a potential weakness of Agni Kai. Either way, every single early game, all 3 early games that we've seen so far, Goon Squad Gaming have been in winning positions. I think that's really the biggest thing that I think we can talk about right now, Stoat, is the fact that we are being treated to a real nice competitive series here, which I personally think is great.
I agree with that. It's a fantastic sentiment, and honestly, not even just a silver lining, it is the story of this series. It's been very competitive. Every game has had their highlights back and forth. And, I'm wondering if maybe Goon Squad should reconsider these AP carry bots.
Yeah, I mean, well, hold on a second. Let's see if Necromancer can get his way out of this one, as that's going to be so... He absolutely cannot. Oh, he had a GA as well. That is a little bit of extra tragedy for the Nocturne here, as obviously the Guardian Angel will not save him. Should have listened to the Guardian Devil, I guess, in that particular instance. As, yeah, Warlock does not need a minion wave. He does not care. At all.
He is just sitting there face tanking about 8 turret shots. And crewman, it's been the story of this series where at a certain point, Necromancer's not allowed to do his blue buff.
That was a beautiful engage from Ghost. I don't know if it's going to matter. Maybe it will matter. But that's a lot of damage. Gengar is going to get taken down, and Warlock is going to be able to take down the... yeah, no, it didn't matter. The Ocean Soul was too strong. The fact that this composition for the side of Goon Squad was all about burst damage and picking priority targets, it just has far, gone past its expiration date, this composition, unfortunately. And that is going to be match point for Agni Kai, the number 4 seed here, 1 win away from getting their ticket into the semifinals.
Man, that was close until it wasn't. And let's see what we got here for stats. Warlock coming up big at the end. He out-damaged Soul's Renekton.
He did.
Wow.
He did. If we bring our minds back, Necromancer once again put Warlock down in the early game with Nocturne this time. It was like a level 3 Nocturne, ganked top, killed Dr. Mundo, set Soul up in a great position. Soul got like 2 more solo kills on Warlock in the lane, and it didn't matter. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough, Stoat.
It wasn't. And if Warlock has anything, it's resilience. I think that's the word to describe him. No matter what position he is in the game, he just doesn't stop trying, and he really goes the mile. And if you give him an inch, he'll take it, and he will go that extra mile. He's done it twice now in this series. He's really put the team on his back twice now in the games that Agni Kai have won. So
Yeah.
I really feel like that is where this team, it's their strength and their weakness in a way, right? It's all the marbles are in the Warlock jar.
100%, 100%. That's definitely the way it feels. You know, I'm thinking back as well to when you were calling in the draft for like a more facilitative pick this game for Warlock, right? Like show us something different. Show us you can play to facilitate your carries and set them up in the team fights. You know, give us the Malphite, the Ornn. But I think, you know, here at the end and just looking at the damage charts, I mean, that says it all, right? Like Warlock, even if he could do that, you know, that's not the best way that he can play the game. You know, he facilitates the carries by killing the enemy team's carries. That's what he does.
That's what he specializes in. And I mean, let's hope that Goon Squad doesn't take this loss to heart. They were doing well. Maybe look for what went wrong, where you guys didn't have, you know, where the throws were. And that team's looking really strong. They've been owning every early game, even the games they've lost, like you've pointed out, Crewman. So I think don't let this game go to your head. Maybe reconsider how you're treating the AP carry pick spot. It seems like they just don't have the damage to close out some of these picks when they get them with the AP carry bot.
Hopefully, Goon Squad have at least one more in the chamber here. They're going to be able to show us another good attempt here in game number 4. Are we aligned on the Warlock POG vote again for game 3, Stoat? I assume that's happening?
Absolutely.
Yeah, pretty easy call there. You know, despite the struggles in the early game, he just was so large by the end of it. I couldn't even really see anybody else who I'd be able to vote for. It's just my whole screen is just Warlock. So, yeah. Good looks there for him.
Figuratively and literally large.
Absolutely. But one more short break, guys, then we'll be getting into that draft for game number 4. guys? Welcome back to Champion Select for game number 4. Agni Kai now on match point. Goon Squad Gaming up against it. Need a win here to bring us to the Silver Scrapes, and they have decided, Stoke, as we can all see, to move to red side for the first time tonight. Your thoughts?
You know, I'm not too sure what to make of it. They've been doing well with the blind pick, first pick, so I wonder if they're just looking to be the true anti-walk here. Maybe that's the move, just totally counter. Also, maybe actually be the bot side counter, because I think they've been getting Ed Walk's number for a long time now. But I'm wondering if maybe this is an answer to just completely shut down bot lane, because it's really been the games where bot lane has had a window to come in that's given Walk the freedom to come back and carry later.
Yeah, definitely the case. You know, they've had, good showings, Goon Squad all night, but it just hasn't quite been enough. So it'll be interesting to see, what the plan is going to be here. It does feel like, maybe a kind of a last-ditch effort to move over to the red side here, but maybe they do have another exciting draft in store for us. The Maokai on B1. Maokai has been completely ignored all night so far, but there he is on the B1 for Agni Kai.
Yeah, Agni Kai has a really strong flex pick with the Maokai. He could go support, could go jungle. And Sivir first pick, that's really brave. It's a short range carry and into Maokai, no less.
So
but we did see
was not the play.
Definitely not. I'm a little scared for Goon Squad. They may themselves get counterpicked. Caitlyn is still on the board.
Yeah.
And so is Ezreal, though I haven't seen a single person play Ezreal in these leagues so far. But they just stick with the Jinx. They may have a harder time in laning, but again, Jinx scales and she gets that one kill and the team fight is hers to pick.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty quiet game last time around for Tortuga. Not really any fault of their own. They were playing against Nocturne Vex that were, just repeatedly clicking on the Jinx and preventing her from playing the game. So we'll see if that is going to be a little bit of a better time this time around for Tortuga. It's likely the Maokai alongside in the support position, although it is obviously still a flex. As Walk Warlock is just going to go for the top lane option here, the Mordekaiser, which has been banned a couple of times tonight, but usually in the second phase. Yeah, it has been banned, in fact, every single game, always in the second phase. So wanting to lock that away this time, the Warlock will get his hands on one of his favorite picks.
And Mordekaiser, he's not going to bring, I don't think, too much to this fight. I mean, especially now there's Olaf and the Sivir. But what he can do is guarantee that Walk can wreck top lane. And we've seen a couple weeks ago what Walk can do on this champion. And it's pretty devastating. He's very good at Mordekaiser. And Mordekaiser is a pub stomp champion for a reason. When he gets ahead, you just can't get near him, but he wants to get near you. Especially Olaf, he can run away, but that's all he can do. He can literally just run away, and then he's useless the rest of the fight. So,
yeah,
I'm a little scared. I'm not even a little, I'm very scared. And I like to respect Fizzban. I think Agni Kai pulled it out a couple weeks too, and we're happy gaming on that Fizz.
Sure. But notably, the Olaf, cannot run away, actually, as well as he used to be able to. Hopefully, Sol did read patch notes and knows that you can no longer cast Ragnarok after Death Realm to escape. You can still, if you cast Ragnarok before Mordekaiser casts Death Realm, then you cannot be pulled into said Death Realm. But you got to be really quick there. I'm not actually sure, if the animation for Mordekaiser starts to go off, if you actually still have time to react. So reactively R as the Olaf. I'm not actually sure if that even works, but you're going to have to be really careful, I think, Sol, in this matchup. Hopefully he is up to date and understands that interaction has been changed recently.
Yeah, I totally forgot, crewman. That was a great shout out there, and I'm a little scared that maybe
You were
Soul
already so
didn't get the
scared.
memo.
If you were so scared
Yeah.
before, how scared are we now? Oh dear.
Yeah, especially into a Swain and an Olaf. Victor is a nightmare. Good luck walking through his gravity field chaos storm laser.
Yeah, definitely. Emilio, thinking about coming through here as the Trundle. Oh, Trundle Jungle. Yeah, of course. I forgot for a second that Trundle used to be a jungler. He's back. He's back in the jungle. Maokai is going to be the support option alongside the Jinx. And yeah, the Trundle should do a very serviceable job of setting up team fights for Jinx and Victor to carry. That all seems pretty good to me.
Yeah, I wonder about Trundle. I don't actually know how he interacts with Swain, and definitely know how he interacts with Jax. It's not very good for him.
The
But for Swain, I'm not sure how that goes.
Yeah, well, obviously Swain, generally speaking, is relatively okay with enemy champions being close to him. And he also doesn't really care about losing attack damage, because of course he does magic damage instead. So, overall, Swain pretty comfortable into the Trundle, but I don't think that's really the reason that we locked in Trundle, was for the Swain is really more just, you can subjugate the Olaf, right? You can take away some resistances that he gets during the ultimate. So if you subjugate afterwards, you get some extra value there. And mainly, I think the Trundle, the main purpose is just going to be literally to place Pillar in a team fight, slow somebody, and then Victor and Jinx just start pelting them with skill shots. I feel like that's kind of generally going to be the main role of the Trundle in this game. It's very interesting to me, Stout, that we did see the jungle pick for Goon Squad Gaming saved all the way until the R5 there. But as you did briefly mention a moment ago, the Jax does seem like a pretty good option here, at least into the Trundle.
Yeah, and like he said, I imagine it has to be his Pillar, because if Trundle taking resistance from Olaf is the game, well, then it kind of negates what Mordekaiser wants to do with his ultimate, right? You got to choose one to isolate. So I don't know. That's a little confusing, and it wasn't for the Jax, since Jax, was last round pick. However, I guess it is just to create space for Victor, and I can understand that. I would think if you wanted to do that, maybe Sejuani could do that job better. But I don't know, maybe they're looking for more damage. Yeah, and I mean, if they're really feeling it, it could be Trundle support, which I know sounds, forgive me, troll, but it is a real thing and it does work. But I don't think that's the case. I am just putting it out there because it's technically a possibility.
Sure, yeah.
And I'm not surprised you don't see a lot of Poppy. Poppy could have been a really good answer, but I guess no one's really feeling the Poppy support or jungle or top.
Yeah, Poppy is kind of one of those picks that people often tend to underestimate, but I do think she's in a very good spot right now. And you had some good value there into the Rel at least, right? Where you can, obviously cast the Steadfast Presence when Rel's looking for the engage and kind of stuff her, prevent her from getting that off. We could have even seen the Maokai flexed into jungle, which would have been a great job, or would have been a great look for the team fights, of course, still. And then you could have had the Alistar support, which is one of the most classic answers into the Rel, right? But, I think the Maokai support Trundle jungle here is totally reasonable. Maybe that is just more of a comfort call here for Agni Kai. I'm not actually entirely sure. Reaver, Trundle stats, nothing crazy here. Not really sure, but I think it's going to work out just fine. But what do we think overall here, Stoat, about these drafts? It feels like more of the same for Agni Kai, right? They're team fighting, and also Walk and Goon Squad Gaming. What do we? Maybe let's just focus there. What do you think this Goon Squad Gaming composition is trying to accomplish?
Well, certainly nothing like they were trying to accomplish the first 3 games. It seems like they've kind of abandoned the pick the team off and separate walk fight style, because You're not really doing that with Olaf. You're not doing that with a Swain mid. You're definitely not doing that with the Jax jungle. So I'm assuming they're just going with comfort picks they feel like they're strong on. Maybe they want to say Agni Kai, we're going to team fight 5v5 better than you. And I mean, I will say their coordination's been on point for the most part, so I could see it. But aside from that, I don't see as much cohesion with this composition as I had with their other ones. It feels a little lopsided, frankly, especially the Olaf pick. I mean, Jack Swain makes a lot of sense to me. Olaf feels odd. It doesn't seem like he's going to do much to help the team fight. He's not, I mean, aside from doing damage, he's not really. Okay, you know, he's not really bringing much to the table compositionally. He's not bringing much CC. He's not helping lock down. He's not creating much space.
Well, we'll see. You know, obviously, historically, it has been one of the best answers into the Mordekaiser, but that, as we already mentioned, has been changed recently. So, you know, Soul has been having a pretty solid series tonight, and I think in general has done a great job of matching up against Warlock, at least in the laning phase. So we'll see. You know, maybe the Olaf is actually going to be able to put on some pressure up there, but overall, it does feel like Goon Squad Gaming just have like a budget version of what Agni Kai's comp is doing, right? Where they're just looking for these team fights, but they don't really have the same level of engage. They don't really have the same level of late game carry threat. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, Goon Squad Gaming, I think, have surprised us so far tonight. So maybe they do have one more in them. We're going to go to a short break, guys. On the other side, the potentially final game of the night, game number 4. We'll see you there.
Push it away in damn chase and whispers before they all just fade. So how can I leave it all behind when I refuse to watch it fall to dust? I will close my eyes, a little less of you remains. I know you're slipping further from me now. Am I too far away?
Okay, my dear otters, welcome back to the Rift once again. The fourth time tonight. Agni Kai for the first time on blue side, because of course the Goon squad did select red for this game that they must win to keep their season alive. They've had a great night so far. 3 out of 3 for strong early games, but unfortunately they've only blown up one Nexus. See if they can make it 2.
Yeah, they need to stay alive. This is the playoffs, and I mean, it's been close every game so far, so we can't count them out just yet. Let's see if they can keep the resilience. Let's see what Soul can do on a pick that is not so characteristic for the compositions we've seen thus far this series.
Minions have spawned.
Yeah, certainly. Of course, we did see the Olaf one time earlier on tonight. That was Walk Warlock in game number 2. The Olaf did, of course, lose that game. That was the game that the Goon squad won. So see if Olaf can equalize his own personal win-loss tonight, make it back to 500. We shall see. It's going to be Ghost Flash for Soul, very standard on the Olaf, and of course Warlock going for the Ghost Teleport.
Yeah, and wow, that's actually really interesting how trading the summoners there, not having the teleport, not doing the characteristic flank while Walk wants to split sort of play style.
This is cute.
Looks like Soul may just be looking hard carry.
He wants to zone. The
Wow.
Mordekaiser are making the wave. He's opened himself up now to a potential early gank from the Trundle. That is going to be both summoners down for the Olaf. Warlock utilizing the Ghost as well as Reaver's Flash. But critically, of course, the Mordekaiser now will get to the minion wave.
And Soul Reaver saving Walk Warlock's skin there. That was close. He was about to just solo kill him. There's going to be a big wave coming to Olaf's turret, but he's unhealthy right now. Scary situation. Oh, but no. Mordekaiser backs off.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, this matchup is not going to get easier for Olaf, right, as we progress further into the game. So I think going for that level 1 fight, very understandable for Soul, and was putting on quite a lot of pressure. Just a shame that Reaver was in the area, as Finch is going to get stunned up by the Gravity Well, but that is a level 3 Victor, and so doesn't have any kill pressure just yet.
And speaking of a tough matchup, wow, that was close. I think Victor definitely stronger in the matchup, but
And both junglers are here. That's a nice flash from Sox. Gets away from the Jax. A nicely placed Gravity Well as well. But the Never Move connects. Victor's going down so low, but he still gets the first blood. Finch flashes in there and trades the auto attack. Takes down the mid laner, but it's a 2-for-1. And it's Agni Kai who open up the early lead.
wow, and you know, as I was saying, Victor wins this matchup pretty handedly. Finch is a specialist on the Swain though, so let's see if his knowledge can beat out the matchup, you know, in terms of its on paper negativity. I like how Finch flashed for that kill. I mean, you're gonna die there anyway. You may as well get a kill with it.
Yeah, the Trundle is just so fearsome in the early game, and Reaver, 2 out of 2 now, has been very present for both solo laners, really making sure that both Warlock and Sox, right, these two super strong players for the side of Agni Kai are going to have a good early game this time around, something they've struggled to do tonight.
Yes, and frankly, something if they secure will more or less seal the deal for the series. Their
Indeed.
team, like we said, scales so hard. Jax comes back for another gank.
Gravity Well once again, but the Never Move is going to connect. That's going to be Sox with no flash, pulled back in. Sox, no health bar remaining. Necromancer picking up the last hit. 2-2 now on the scoreboard.
I like to see that. You know, you mentioned Soul Reaver really there for his team. Necromancer starting to follow in that. There for his mid laner. Definitely want to get Finch fed on Swain. We saw what he could do. He can do so much work on this champion. And at his own expense, he's down about 11 CS, down 11 CS exactly in the jungle. And I mean, it is hard for Jax to keep up with Trundle. He is a pretty good power farmer.
He definitely can be, especially with the early Tiamat that we can now see in inventory. Of course, those are the only camps that Trundle kind of struggles with a bit, are the Raptors and the Krugs, because the Troll does only have single target damage. But the Tiamat helps to mitigate that quite a bit, as you can imagine.
Oh, yes. And it also makes his bite, auto, cancel very scary. He's going to do a lot of damage in these ganks.
Hey, Ghost. Ooh, that wall kind of got in the way of that crash down. And the pillar comes out as well from Reaver to deny any follow-up. So that's both summoners off of the realm. They're not really able to get too much. Warlock ghosting forward. It's going to be the ghost response from Soul, though. Turns back around, hits the Mordekaiser with a couple of axes. Now the Ghost is worn off, and Warlock is definitely losing out in this trade in the jungle as well. Ghost is still here. They're getting some good damage down onto Finny's Maokai to splash away. Well, the Bramble Smash denies the crash down. Oh, again, Ghost crash downs this game have just been so unlucky, and it's Agni Kai who benefit. They pick up 2 kills here towards the top side, and now they're onto the Grubs. The first spawn of Grubs for Agni Kai. That hasn't happened at all tonight.
No, it hasn't. Let's see if Agni Kai can also secure the first dragon, keeping in line with what they've been doing this series. Wow, and this has been a really bloody game. There's been nonstop action. Both these teams want this win. Agni Kai wants to secure their playoff spot and get to the next round. And Goon Squad wants to survive long enough to contest that spot. I mean, this is going to be really tough because they're... Oh.
Stun.
Okay. Nothing's going to come of this?
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, but he's pushed out and Dragon is up. They've got a lot of priority now. Swain is no teleport. Victor, fairly healthy. He can come and fight, but he's got no mana, so...
Okay.
And no teleport either, so okay.
We are actually still going to get those early new trades, despite the fact that, Finch was pushed out a little bit there, as you correctly mentioned. Sox also extremely low on mana without teleport, so it is, in fact, going to be the Goon Squad bot lane who had the push down there and are able to move over and get that dragon started up.
Yeah, looks like Agni Kai and Goon Squad trading places. First dragon over to Goon Squad. First Grubs over to Agni Kai. And if this follows through, crewman, we should see a big fight for the second round of Grubs not too long from now.
100%. That is what we've drawn up here, Stoat. So hopefully, the teams are going to be able to follow the game plan.
I want to point out, Soul Reaver is so far ahead in all aspects of the game. Kills, jungle creeps. I mean, he's snowballing on Trundle. That's going to be tough. I mean, Jax can't just walk up to Trundle if he's so far ahead. Yes, Jax will eventually outfight Trundle, but that's eventually with a capital E.
That's very strong Trundle. Soul does have Flash, so at worst, we'll have to expend the Summoner spell. It's actually just going to be fine with the Ragnarok, so relatively low cost there for the Olaf to avoid the scary Trundle game.
Yeah, and much needed. I mean, Mordekaiser was being pressured on the turret, was half health, and Olaf was fairly healthy. Soul doing well in this matchup. Let's see if he can keep it up. That's going to be so crucial, especially because the jungle of the jungle of Goon Goblins, formerly the jungle of Goon Squad, is really struggling right now. Necromancer is not having the same success he'd been having in previous games.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a rough start for the Jax. Did have that one nice gank in the mid lane where they were able to lock down Sox for I believe that was the second death actually on the Victor, as getting pulled in now by the Swain, who has ascended, but in comes Reaver once again. The Trundle making his presence felt, and Finch is just going to get taken down. Is going to get taken down by the Victor, as the Chaos Storm, I believe, that finished him off. And 5-2 now. Feels like Agni Kai are starting to open up a pretty big lead in the mid jungle.
And Soul Reaver's not letting up at all.
Yeah, discovering
coming to harass. Yeah, harassing Jax in his own jungle right after securing a kill for his mid laner, and that was in Finch's hands. We saw that Finch was on the brink of killing Sox, and Soul Reaver coming out of the woodwork to save his carry. I mean, he's been on fire this game.
Absolutely, yeah. All of the ganks have been really nicely timed. He's been able to, as you mentioned, keep up in CS as well. So definitely a great game for Reaver so far. We do have that next grub spawn in less than a minute's time. That is something to keep in mind as Soul's continuing to put on the pressure in this 1v1, as we can see.
Yeah, Olaf still winning this fight out, but Wok, known to be coming up and later in the game, that's his trademark, so I'm not counting him out, especially because he's miraculously not died once yet. Large thanks to Soul Reaver for that. Who's now looking to secure second grub spawn.
This would be big. This would be 6 grubs potentially on the cards for Agni Kai. But Goon Squad moving in to contest. They gain control over the river. And Necromancer able to move in here. There's the Nature's Grasp, though. Locks down a couple of members. Jack's on the front line. But that is going to be a big engage from the side of Agni Kai. The low health bar is coming through. Finch, the last survivor, now has a pretty high health bar himself, still on the Swain, able to pull in the Maokai. Gets him down for the double kill. Soul Reaver now trying to clobber away at this Swain, but the Trundle by himself just doesn't have enough damage. Doesn't manage to smite away that last grub. Another never move, though, potentially could come out here from Finch. The Blast Cone creates enough space. Reaver wasn't sure there. Expended the flash just to be safe. Will be able to get away. A very messy fight there, I believe 3 for 3 at the end of that one, but all 3 grubs did go the way of Reaver and Agni Kai.
That's really big for Agni Kai. Still really, really good on Finch, getting much needed kills there. And Finch showing why he's so comfortable on Swain. He is formidable on this champion, single-handedly carrying that fight.
Yeah, it was definitely massive. Everybody else kind of got shredded pretty quickly. It was a lot of AoE damage that came out from Sox's Victor. But the Swain managed to weather the storm, literally, and carried through the fight, as you say.
Yeah, and I mean, the Counter-Strike didn't even land on a single champion that fight. So Jax was essentially useless and died fairly quickly. Still, really good on Finch, somehow forcing the 4-0 Trundle out of that fight and saying, not in my house. So good on him. Unfortunate, didn't get to secure any grubs.
Has been utilized, but this is that interaction we were talking about. Soul popped the Ragnarok, thinking it would take him out of the Death Realm, and it absolutely did not. Tortuga is going to burn down to the Ignite here. Jax flashing over the wall to secure a kill that was already going to go over, and now he doesn't have flash. Sog's going to be able to come in here with the teleport, takes down the Jax with Dragon alive as well. They're going to be able to tie up this count 1-1, and yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate for Necromancer. Didn't actually need to flash in there, and the fact that he goes down means that they absolutely cannot fight for the Dragon.
No, they can't, and that's insult to injury, getting a Dragon on top of that solo kill. Now we're seeing Wok Warlock start to pop off. This is the moment he's been waiting for, and on the most comfortable champion, outside the Urgot in his arsenal. This is, I'm going to say, Crewman, really looking bad for a Goon Squad. I mean, really bad.
Yeah, and it definitely does feel, moreover, that Agni Kai are in their comfort zone, right? That's really why it feels so bad as, yeah, that's going to be the Ascension forced out by the Chaos Storm. Trade of ultimates in the mid lane. But Agni Kai, I mean, this is their bread and butter, right? Just fighting around objectives, better scaling composition. They're chilling.
They are chilling, especially when Finch gets pushed out of his lane. And Victor's only getting stronger from here. First half component for his Leandri's built. Skipping the second tier boots, he says, I don't need the movement speed. And honestly, does he? No. He's got Maokai. He's got Trundle to just come in and pillar. So good luck walking into him. And now they're going to fight for the Rift Herald, and I'm feeling pretty scared for Goon Squad. I don't think they have the numbers, and I don't think they have the strength to adequately defend this.
I am inclined to agree, Stoat. They certainly don't have the position. That is very strongly held by Agni Kai. They're continuing to burn down the objective. Sox off here on the flank, threatening the collapse if Goon Squad decide to move in, which they will do. The Rift Herald has already gone over, though, and now the Victor is going to be able to get out so much damage. It's a nice engage from the Rel. They do manage to take down Warlock's Mordekaiser, but they're going to be able to survive. Finch, though, is pretty big here, goes into the Demonic Ascension, is going to be able to execute the Victor after pulling him in, and now Finny has nowhere to go either, so the team fight is absolutely going to go the way of the Goon Squad. They managed to clean up everybody up here. A triple kill for Finch's Swain, and that actually might bring them back into it.
It may well, and Victor, I mean, that was Sox making a big mistake walking into melee range of Swain. He didn't have to. He had the range advantage.
Absolutely.
Very, very strange. But fantastic for Goon Squad. Really needed that. And shout outs to Soul surviving what looked like certain death.
Yeah, and it was a great bit of CC from Ghost's Rel there as well. It's, you know, a huge comfort pick for this guy, and found a really nice engage onto 2 or 3 there, I believe, that really, you know, bought the time for Finch and Soul to turn that fight around.
He did indeed, and still, the Herald went over to Soul Reaver, who was able to secure that in the middle of the fight, and they saw the chaos.
Oh, Finch in
And
trouble,
Chaos
though.
Storm. Oh, wow, that was close.
Once again. Oh, flashing for the death ray. Oh, no, what was that movement? Finch stepped to the side there and gave Sox the angle to flash in for the last spell. Oh, very unfortunate, but that's the difference, right? The Swain needs those people in his orbit to get health back from. If he doesn't have that, the champion loses so much of its effectiveness. Ghost always able to get over the chompers there.
Yeah, Swain looking like a sitting duck in mid, and in fact he was. He couldn't do anything about that. Flashing in Necromancer's face and just getting away with it. Remember, he didn't even have tier 2 boots at that point. Now he's got his Sorcerer's boots. He's going to be doing major damage to everyone, cutting through them like butter. No MR on anyone. So this is looking even more grim. I mean, that Chaos Storm keeps doing that work. I really appreciate how he built the component for Morello's Namicon in, so, you know, the Oblivion Orb so early. He's just negating Swain's ability to fight. And Swain, again, like you mentioned, Crewman, he's not a mobile champion. He has to walk up to you to heal. And if he walks up to you, Victor's got Gravity Storm.
Well, this could be an angle. Got him right where he wants him, as the Gravity Well is not going to get the stun, but Reaver is here again. The Trundle is the difference once again. The Swain would have had that 1v1 if Reaver wasn't there, but Reaver was. They get the kill onto the enemy mid laner. Sox, though, trying to do some alcove gaming. The Gravity Well is going to get the stun onto the Rel, but the Counter-Strike comes in. Necromancer able to clean up Sox, but now Ghost does not have a way out here. That is going to be another kill over to Reaver. 2 for 1, still Agni Kai favored in the extended play.
You got to imagine that's going to be a dragon for them. I mean, especially if he dies here. Nope, Necromancer's fine. Playing with fire, though.
Yeah, trying to defend the turret. Will be able to do so. It's actually a very close call in mid as well. Imagine that was a Super Mega Death Rocket connecting or something along those lines, but Gengar did expend both summoner spells and managed to survive, so that's good news for Goon Squad. As you say, this first Kentech Dragon is ready for the taking. It's going to be started up by Agni Kai. All of Goon Squad are moving in here. I don't know if they're going to be in time, though. Oh, that pillar is going to completely stuff Swain from getting any value out of this Demonic Ascension. It's going to time out before the fight can even really start, but the position has been gained by Goon Squad regardless. Sox takes down right at the start of this one as teleports have already come through for the top laners. Warlock's going to be able to bring the mace down onto the Sivir, who had no counterplay for that Mordekaiser. Soul is going to be able to run down the Jinx on the other side, so both AD carries taken down, but Warlock is so huge right now. Soul and Ghost cannot continue fighting. Ghost trying to get underneath the turret is going to be able to lock down Finny. That last shot will come through, and the kill is going to come onto the Maokai. Rel picks that one up, and now Ghost is going to be felled immediately after the turret goes down. Shelly able to make that one happen. The dragon did go over in the chaos as well. Agni Kai able to lock that one away, and now they are starting to accelerate.
That's huge. I mean, yeah, Agni Kai loses the dragon, but they're not minding. They just got 2 turrets. Walk Warlock had an incredible flank behind all of them, took Sivir out of the fight, and just ravaged them. Look at his health bar. He took no damage that entire fight. And that dragon is not even the biggest deal in the world to lose. It's a Cloud Drake, a tier 1 Cloud Drake. They don't really need it. And why don't they need it? Well, because look at their comp. Look at their comp versus Goon Squad. Goon Squad has to run into them.
That is, oh, hang on a second. Soul potentially in trouble here. The Ragnarok just way too late on that. Needed to pop that immediately to avoid getting CC'd by the Maokai. And the fact that that initial root hits means that Soul is going to be going down. And this is a 20-minute Baron, a T1 Baron being considered right now by Agni Kai. But they are going to think better of it and back away. Just the 1 kill is not going to be enough to get them the control that they want.
Unfortunate for the Cloud Drake, it really benefits Agni Kai with that Maokai engage and Trundle using his movement speed buff. It really doesn't do much for Goon Squad again, because, yeah, I mean, the Soul would be great for the ultimate, right? But it wouldn't be great for the fact that you need to run into Agni Kai. And that doesn't change no matter what. No champion on their team really plays back, right? You have all in.
Oh, Finny is a little bit in trouble here. Gonna try to do the twisted advance for some shenanigans to get away. The phase rush. Oh, he doesn't even have phase rush. He doesn't need it. He's zooming out of there. And now the gravity well, he's not quite gonna lock down the Jax, but it does not matter. It's one more chomp from the troll. It's gonna take his head. 5v4 on the map once again. This time they got the enemy jungler. That should be the go signal on the Baron. Still 4 men strong for Goon Squad. It does feel like they have to prevent this from going over. It's going to be so much gold and so much time for this composition of Agni Kai as Ghost trying to get in there to make something happen. Finds the 4-man Magnet score, but there's nobody to follow up on it. Absolutely tragic as Finch is going to get taken down as well. Basically zeroed out just by Tortuga by himself. And looking to chase down the Sivir now as well, as Gengar just doesn't have the damage on this excited Jinx. As Finny will survive the Baron, and now it will go over. Soul, I don't even know what you're doing here, man. There's nothing for you to accomplish here. He's going to pop the Ragnarok now to try to run away, but he's subjugated. He's slowed up. Is the pillar going to come back off cooldown for Reaver? The chop is enough for the slow. Soul, what were you even doing there, man? He's going to get clobbered by Reaver once again. 9-1 and 11 now on the Trundle, and Agni Kai are in cruise control.
The desperation is palpable. Soul standing around knowing he can't do a damn thing. You're playing Olaf and it's 1v4, 1v5 rather. What were you going to do? I guess it was functionally a 1v4 because Finny was so low. But, I mean, you weren't going to get that. There was no way in hell you're going to get that. And right now, Necromancer just staring at this. Oh, he lagged out. That makes sense. He was just staring at the wolf there for a second. But I mean, that pretty much was this entire game encapsulated. Just lost, staring into space. There's not much you can do. This team scales way harder than you, and Jinx is approaching her 3rd item, while your AD carry on Goon Squad has not even completed her 2nd. And Victor is well on his way to his 3rd item with a half component for an item he doesn't even care to finish any day soon. So really, there's not much you can do for Goon Squad. This is worse than the other games because while they at least had pick potential with Nocturne, they had pick potential in games 2 and 1. They have no real pick potential this game. They played a front-to-back team fight composition, and they're getting rolled by the other front-to-back team fight composition.
Yeah, oh, they are finding socks here. What were you just saying about not being able to find picks, Stoke? Because that is going to be the Nature's Grasp come out. They lock down Finch for a brief moment, but they're not going to be able to follow up on that one. Reaper is going to be coming in here with a pillar. Is that slow going to be enough? Vinny is on the chase, looking to advance twistedly onto somebody. Does get directly on top of the Rel, who is already low HP, and Walk Warlock's behind them. But again, none of the Mordekaiser even get there. He used his teleport spell, I guess, and that is going to allow him to demolish the team fight once again. We do have Gengar pushing down the mid lane at the moment. Sivir is very far up that mid lane, but Walk Warlock is in return on the inhibitor turret. So yeah, Gengar is going to get that tier 2. We're going to lose the tier 3, it looks like, as well as the dragon. I'm pretty sure Agni Kai is going to take those.
Yeah, and that's got to be an inhibitor. And it could be a second inhibitor turret as well. Oh, I'm sorry. There was still a tier 2 there. Well, I guess, never mind. He backed off the inhibitor. Not sure why. He had his ult to isolate, but I guess better play safe. Why risk it?
Yeah. Just,
And really, yeah, more respect and power to him. I mean, they're sitting up. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Victor lost the tether. But yeah, poor Socks. But yep.
Okay.
Keeping in theme with this series, Q-Man, Necromancer's not allowed to get his blue buff past 22 minutes.
Oh, he got it. He got it. He got in there with the smite. It was secured
he
by
did.
the Necromancer.
Wow. Well, maybe they're going to win this game then. That might be the fortuitous signal.
Yeah, I mean, we've said don't count them out just yet. You know, they were coming in tonight as the underdogs, and they've really impressed us, you know, with the performance they've been able to show. But this game number 4, it does feel a little bit difficult to actually try to come back in, as we do have another Baron. It's not for a couple of minutes, but you have to imagine that this map control will continue to be held by Agni Kai for the entirety of that 2 minutes.
Yes, and it's so hard to walk into a Maokai. Even with vision, it doesn't really matter. He just ults at you, and he doesn't care. And really, really, this game is just feeling so out of control. They need to find more picks like they did on Socks, but that relies on Socks overextending. It wasn't like they did anything creative. It was just catching a mistake, and they still suffered for it in the end.
They did. That is very true. As Ragnarok is going to be forced out once again here, Barsol, and he's just going to get eaten by the troll, which is very unfortunate for the Barbarian there, as Necromancer's going to find the counter-strike stun only onto the troll, who's continuing to eat people, as the Super Mega Deathrod's going to connect from long range. Not quite enough damage to finish anybody off. Soul Reaver almost able to take one more, as Finch on the other side of this fight is actually just 1v2ing very comfortably, takes down the Victor. Warlock's in the side lane. He wanted to finish off that inhibitor from earlier on. Kind of took that personally when he wasn't able to finish it, so we'll be able to do so now, and Tortuga was pushing in the mid lane. So the side of Goon Squad, they do manage to win out in the 5v3, but only just, and they lose an inhibitor and a tier 2 turret for it, as Necromancer's going to flash in now with the lockdown on the Tortuga, but he can't quite get the damage out in time, and now the Jake is excited, and Ghost has already crashed down into an early grave. Finch now is going to be next to fall. The triple kill gets scooped up by the AD carries. Actually, I guess that first one went to Walk Warlock, so the double kill for Tortuga. And Agni Kai, they're looking to put the finishing touches on this quarterfinal. 8,000 gold now, the lead. They are 2 minutes away from Soul, 15 seconds until the Baron, and they can kind of just play this one out now however they'd like to.
And Walk Warlock, a little bit troll there, taking the buff and making it take a little longer to take. Still, they get it. No real pressure. And that is not a good sign when you barely win the 3v5 as Goon Squad. That's about as bad as a bad gets. And now they're going to just take the Baron. Don't even care to ward, because what does it matter?
Yeah, you know, if your opponents come, you probably just kill them again. And they're not even going to be able to get close in time. Baron is going to get absolutely annihilated. Gold lead extending even further. Soul is just trying to find something in the side lane, but he's got to contend with these super creeps now. I don't think he can even get this tier 1.
Yeah, and Crewman, it is closing in on double the kills for Agni Kai. It is a 10k gold lead. And look at the top lane diff in terms of items and how absurd that is.
It is pretty absurd, it's true. Yeah. The you know, jungle obviously as well is looking pretty good. Yeah, just across the board, really, you know, everybody on the side of Agni Kai doing quite well. Honorable mention to Finch, you know, has had a pretty, Swain is one of the comfort picks there as well, and has had a pretty good game on the Swain, all things considered. It's a tough matchup into the Victor, and it's a tough game to play out overall. As that's the flash in for Finny. Finds the lockdown on a Necromancer once again as the Jax trying to leap strike away to safety. The counter strike enough to deny the Trundle. Not quite in the end. Reaver will be able to get that kill on his counterpart. Finch, once again, trying to find an angle here, trying to win out in the 1v2. Gets kind of close, but Tortuga able to take him down before dying to the Vision of Empire. Walk Warlock's just going to teleport into the base now, and we're going to put the finishing touches on this quarterfinal. It will be Agni Kai with the 3-1, and my predictions so far, I must say, Stoat, are exactly on the money. This is indeed what I predicted.
Yeah, and yeah, credit where credit's due, crewman. You got it right on the money. It was a little sad to see because although the scoreline doesn't say the real story, it was close every game except this one. This was the only real game that Agni Kai obliterated their opponents. Again, shout outs to Finch, the secret POG with the 35k damage, actually beating out Sox despite the disparity, despite the fact that he played into a counter pick. I gotta say, hand it to him. Finch knows how to play the Birdman, plays him really well.
Yeah.
So Swain just couldn't put in the work though. Top lane, I told you in Champ Select, I felt that this wasn't the pick, and you see it not panning out. I think it was really a shame that Goon Squad didn't play to the identity they'd established throughout the series, playing those divide and conquer, long engage compositions. It felt like they didn't believe in themselves in the end, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you understand why they wanted to pivot, right? Because, despite the fact that they had, these relatively strong early games and they were in winning positions, it obviously wasn't actually enough to get them over to the finish line. And the main problem was in those games as well, in games 1 and 3, where, Agni Kai won prior to this, was, despite the fact that the Goon Squad were able to get this sizable lead for themselves, they weren't able to close out the game quickly and cleanly enough, right? And Agni Kai was just consistently drafting this scaling team fight strategy and would just outscale basically and out team fight, the Goon Squad down the stretch. So clearly Goon Squad, it felt like they had to go back to the drawing board. They decided, even though we're getting these early leads, we can't close out the game, and then our composition isn't as good later on in the 5v5, so they tried to pivot here for game number 4, but that just put them, right in the crosshairs for Agni Kai. Exactly where Agni Kai wanted them, was just to meet them in an honest 5v5. And Agni Kai definitely showed us why that is their strength, right? Showed us why that is the style that they play to. And definitely made it look pretty good in this last game. It definitely commiserations to Goon Squad. You just mentioned it as well, Stoat, the fact that, we had some really competitive games earlier on tonight. It did feel like this last one was, out with a little bit more of a whimper than a bang. But overall, I think they showed us quite a lot of good tonight, and hopefully we'll see them back next season.
Yeah, and I think the silver lining here, the real headline, is despite losing this series, the fact that they fought what a lot of people would consider a more superior opponent and were able to do it in such a way where the early game was outright just better, it shows that you have a clear pathway to what is a really solid game all around. They may surprise us if they come back next season. We hope you guys do. Goon Squad can really rise in the rankings to clean up, closing out those games, figure out where they went wrong. That early game is truly formidable, and they have such interesting picks in Champ Select. Like we pointed out, really sneaky flex picks that people just don't expect. Things that are supposed to be out of the meta, not for them. So I really like to see that. It's always good to see creative teams in the league.
Yeah, absolutely. It is really nice to get that variation in style, right? And, it feels like, Goon Squad, they clearly they can win with this style, right? And, I think it did bring them some success earlier on in the season as well. Just, a couple of, small mistakes here and there where if they just cleaned up, it feels like maybe if they did actually fully index into that style, they could continue to find success with it. But we should turn our attention now, I think, Stoat, to Agni Kai, the winners, who will now move on into the semifinals. They will be playing next week against the Conduit Gremlins. Or no, never mind. No, it's the dynamic seeding. So I believe Agni Kai is actually going to be playing up against Dynasty Celestials, if I'm not mistaken, in that semifinal next week. So I don't know if we want to discuss that at all. I mean, it's already been a pretty long night, so maybe we just and I assume we're not doing any interviews or anything like that either. Production only for finals. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. So yeah, I mean, I guess we just can close out tonight with some final remarks, Stoat on Agni Kai, and you know, looking forward for the rest of their playoff run.
Yeah, you know, final remarks for Agni Kai. I think one word describes this team well. It's resilience. Doesn't matter how far down they were early game. Doesn't matter what position their top laner is when he's supposed to be the carry and turned out to become the carry later on because he kept strong in the bot lane, repeatedly getting ganked and ganked and ganked again. And that game where, I mean, holy moly, just seeing Jinx, seeing Gengar just get repeatedly dove by Vex and Nocturne, didn't give up.
Yeah.
So I think that's really impressive to have that mental fortitude.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was really impressive for Agni Kai, and that has kind of been their trademark as well all season long, right? Is they've had some turmoil, right? A little bit of roster shuffling, I believe, for them as well, and you know, a lot of tough losses that they suffered over the course of the season. But you know, here they are. They're going to be in the top 4 at the end of it all, and with a pretty convincing 3-1 here to boot. You know, all things considered, over what was the number 5 team in the league. So definitely a big credit to them. Well-deserved semifinals berth, and could be exciting to watch them for the rest of the postseason as well. That is going to do it for us for tonight, though. So thank you, everybody out there, very much for watching. From myself, from Stoat here, from Ols, from the entire Blue Otter team, thank you guys very much for being here. We appreciate every single one of you, and we will see you tomorrow. I believe we do have tomorrow, Thursday night, to BOL Gold, and that is going to be the quarterfinals for Gold as well. So make sure you tune in for that tomorrow night, guys, for the BOL Plat semifinals. We'll see you next week. Thanks again for watching. Good night.